I've sewn this voice into the night like a silk thread dragged across broken glass, shaping each breath to softened edges you can't see but might still feel. For all stories begin as a low wind before the earth decides whether it trembles or rests. I remember birth as a shadow, not cry or shock, but a cold drawl across skin when Gotham's skylight slipped through hospital blinds and drew long bars upon my crib. Those bars felt like keys sliding across a lock, prophecy unspoken. My father's laugh was first music, mother's perfume, the first mask. I met fear at age 8. A prince dressed in tuxedo, shoes shined like black mirrors, head heavy with sleepy dreams of opera arias. I sang to myself in the back seat, a mesmerized crown dissolving to back alley fog. The bullet arrived as a whisper, the echo a hymn. My father's voice broke into night, plea for life painted red. My hand found mother's pearls but could not hold them. They spilled like hailstones into dark water. I knelt amidst broken jewel and gunmetal, promising with lungs still shocked not to breathe normally until city breathed with me, a pledge children don't have the muscles for. Yet I clenched it till bones remembered the words after mind forgot tone. That scream was the starting bell of my insomnia. Mornings grew quiet, Wayne Manor becoming silent museum of photographs whose lenses didn't care if they forgot names. Alfred stitched tea and manners into a cloak I was meant to wear instead of darker fabric. But night found me anyway. I learned to hear the clock tower's gears from 3 miles away, to predict rain patterns by the smell of sulfur in the clouds mid-afternoon. I kept notes in kid codes on ledger paper, skeletal diaries of what fear looked like from different angles. The cave sprawled beneath Manor, a womb of stone and seep water. I descended first out of curiosity, then survival. The bats greeted me like children who never trusted light. I let wings graze cheeks until violence felt like a stranger's hand that could be tamed. Schools passed in blurs of polite smiles and staged rebellions. I studied mathematics for every possible trajectory a bullet might take in drifting winter air. I studied theology for the weight of sins you can never shake off. I courted noble causes in public, stalked rooftop gargoyles in secret, drawing blueprints of the body I would become. Bone as armor, sleep as sacrifice, hope as remote chant. I trained in shadows of cities whose names I cannot tell without betraying the teachers who taught me how to move carefully enough that even memories lose footprint. Mountains loaned me lungs, deserts lent me silence. Monasteries filed dangers into my breath until I could exhale and count the heartbeats of every creature within reach. Yet night remains my bedtime story, and I am its whispering child. Now I lie again in the manor after patrol, boots shivering with rain, mask drying like papier-mâché on the workbench, and I recite the opening lines of that promise, age 8. I will not rest until... But I skip the final word because in sleep you can't pronounce justice. You can only fold it into breathing patterns and let listeners carry weight while their hands relax. In the cave above, my bats settle cautious. Their squeaks shift from echolocation to pale loon cries. A jar of lullaby for sleepless guardian. I turn off monitors one by one. Screens dye soft blue, blinking into pools of ink across the floor. Imagine, I whisper to you standing at the eaves of your nightmare, that fear is just an unread page. If you slow eyes take one letter at a time, it loses altitude, lies flat as you pass. I hand you the shards of pearls that fell. They're frozen drops now, round, safe. You can set them on tongue and let melt cool marred throat. Let hammer voices of the past fade with the tides of the city below. Let the bell tower gear stall for a moment, just long enough for your pulse and its ratchet to sing in similar tempo. Bruce Wayne didn't learn sleep. Batman never could. But I am here to narrate the gap between them for you. slow, soft, plucking notes from sirens in the distance until they reshape into Bach cello suite felt through wall tone. My parents still stand in the alley, light clocked midnight, yet somewhere beyond that freeze frame is next scene. Me guiding you past crime zones to safe branch where owls sway gentle, how roof drips count 60 drops per minute. A lying breath with 4 seconds in, 3 seconds hold, 5 seconds exhale. Repeat until pulse knows the pattern by instinct. Feel mask I wear dissolve into ink that stains no blood, but scribbles unstoppable script. City can be temporarily quiet, and you can sleep inside its pause. Let us take exactly 8 steps away from memory tonight. Not 7, not 9, so echoes lose where. If night calls your mind back to that alley glimmer, fold scene in half like photograph. Hide it in pocket of coat you're not wearing. For every gunshot there is a child breathing past it. For pearls splintered on the second, there is a collection of dawns that still wait to be struck. And if, as you lie here, street lamp flickers outside the window, replace the flash with wingbeat hollow, yet powerful enough to break silence. Only so true night may rush in softer and exhale over you as gossamer cloak. Now let cobble pulses that carve rivers into Gotham's map slow their feet. Let cabs and exhaust fade into simple soft tide forgetting shore. Let monitors shut eyes. Let bats roost whisper I will keep watch. A lonely lantern hidden deep in cave core, its light never barking loud, only purring like forge waiting iron. Defender rests watchful, was never boy again. Servant tonight, caretaker of your slow pulse. If you drift, let dream cast shadows as it chooses. I'll draw them into outline with gold so you return untouched. Breathe in, hold, breathe out. Sleep low, sleep safe. City keeps secrets busy while we wait for tale's next turn. But tonight, story closes eyes first. I am 19 when I trade the monastery's cedar stillness for rooftops of Hong Kong, telling myself it is only another chapter of training. Yet every neon reflection already resembles Gotham's bruised skyline. I sleep on corrugated tin beside pigeon coops counting wing beats instead of prayers. Night after night I study the language of footfalls, how desperation drags heels, how arrogance snaps toe first, a pickpocket's shuffle, a broker's stagger home, a rookie cop's too heavy boot edge. Each becomes a lullaby. I file in bone for safekeeping, so that one evening, years later, the slightest scrape on an alley brick will pull me from half-dream with perfect recognition. It is here, on a rain-slick high-rise ledge, that I first meet the notion of capes, not yet cloth, only the long tail of a billboard tarp rippling above exhaust vents, flaring like a warning dream. I test balance against wind, cloak myself in shadow, imagine dropping and letting fabric catch air like a promise. The thought calms pulse, fear recedes. I realize every costume begins as breathing exercise. At 20 I follow rumor of a master locksmith in Marrakech, who can hear tumblers shift through sandstone walls. He lives behind a door that answers only to poetry tapped in code. For weeks I practice on wine bottles, coaxing corks out with vibration until glass never crack. When the master finally teaches the last stanza, he speaks 5 words before sending me away. Locks exist to measure patience. I repeat that line each night now, a mantra tattooed on the inside of silence. It slows heartbeats the way deep cello notes settle dust in cathedral aisles. Years unroll like scrolls. I spar under monsoon waterfalls until water seems part of cartilage. I read anatomy by candlelight so low the flame flickers at every page turn, training eyes to harvest light where none exists. I learn how to poach a heartbeat from a crowded bazaar, follow it through smells of cumin and engine oil, see it belong to a smuggler whose guilt tilts shoulders fractionally inward. Guilt carries its own metronome. Memorizing it teaches me compassion's weight. And then the summons. A telegram from Alfred. Mother's rose garden overgrown. Father's study dust thick. Gotham requests presents with no signature. Yet I read between lines of smudged ink. It is time. Long flight home slices night into two halves. The boy who left and the echo that returns wearing his shape. In cabin darkness I practice the 4-3-5 breathing pattern until engines mimic it. Outside stars wobble against window glass like pearls loosed in gravity. Wayne Manor greets me with drafts that taste of nostalgia. And Maldo, hallways echo emptier than memory allowed. I walk to the old well-cap oak now cracked in spider webs. And feel bats stir beneath. They remember me. Their wing rustle hums recognition. I whisper, before dawn I descend once more. This time not as frightened child but as architect. Cave opens like a throat ready to sing. Stalagmites catch roof drip in uneven rhythms. Perfect rehearsal for keyboards yet unstolen. Alarms yet untripped. Daylight brings board meetings. Condolences reissued like dusty ledgers. Committees eager to tame my inheritance. I smile politely. Sign nothing final. Retreat to stud. Boxes arrive from every city I trained in. Cloaks of different weaves. Gauntlets that once belonged to stage magicians. Grapples forged by mountain monks. Vials of sand still warm from desert ambushes. I sort them like puzzle pieces, laying future persona out on parquet floor. Fear's fragments ready to reassemble into symbol. First test flight happens after midnight when fog skulks riverbank. Cape drags in dragline turbulence, heavier than design specs predicted. Still it catches wind enough to let me hang between roof and street. A silent comma in Gotham's restless sentence. Below a mugger brandishes pistol at cabbie stuck in gridlock. I drop too hard. Knees jarring shin. But momentum and surprise suffice. No one sees my face. Only cape, gloves, silhouette against neon. The cabbie whispers bat. Gratitude tangled with awe, label stick. That morning in Manor Bath I count bruises, catalog errors, cape length -6 inches, boots need quieter tread, cowl visor fogs during sprint, each flaw a lullaby. I fall asleep sitting against tiled wall, water pooling round ankles warm then cold. When Alfred wakes me with tea, he does not comment on costume fragments drying over towel rack. His silence grants blessing louder than applause. I spend weeks tuning echoes in cave chambers until sonar pings slice stalactite rows into symphonic map. Vehicles test engines, gliding ramp to river mouth. Computer arrays light like constellations on cavern wall. Each star a sensor tuned to fear's frequency across the city grid. Yet amid circuitry I leave one candle burning. Monastery habit. To remind steel and code they serve a beating muscle. Tonight, listener, I guide you to that candle flame. Close eyes. Picture its flicker painting movable shadows on cowl interior. Hear bats shuffle like restless pages of unwritten diary. Feel cape's weight settle over collarbones. Pressing heart into slower register. Inhale 4. Hold 3. Exhale 5. Let alley gunshots fade into distant thunder. Pearls freeze mid-air then melt harmless on street that only dreams of blood. Allow city siren to waver. Cello slow. Until it matches drip of cave water 60 feet below. I remain sentinel. But inside this narration I promise to absorb first tremor of nightmare. So you may drift. Think of rooftops now washed in quiet sodium glow. Gargoyles patient. Traffic hush easing into river murmur. Think of chalk plans spread on drafting table. Blueprints breathing dust motes under single lamp. Each line waits unhurried for dawn's ink. You need not trace them to night walls remember for. If stray worry creeps about bullets, masks, childhood alleys fold it like cape cloth. Tuck it beneath rib. Whisper to it not now. Fear can queue till tomorrow's patrol. For this span you own the hush. Heartbeat slows, candle dims. Bats roost silent. City inhales one long uneven breath and holds it for you. The first winter in Cowell tastes of cold copper and damp velvet. Every patrol a lesson no dojo taught. Rooftop tar freezes, gutters glaze, and I learn pain of windburn in places cape cannot shield. I refine glide fabric by candlelight, weaving fire-resistant nomex into scalloped ribs, so wings no longer vibrate like loosened snare drum. Alfred walks through workshop with tray in hand, pretending not to notice scorched prototypes drooping over chairs. He offers broth, murmurs that heartbreak can't thaw simply by beating thugs senseless. I nod, lips too stiff to answer, knowing sentence true yet unripe for acceptance. Police scanners sing restless jazz. In static hiss I memorize new villains' names before papers coin headlines. The Narrows chemist who weaponizes insomnia vapors, an antiquarian thief carving riddles into marble columns, a sharpshooter baptizing alleys with coins struck year of my birth. Each provides fresh stanza to city's unfinished requiem. I catalog tactics beside monastic breathing drills so every confrontation folds into muscle memory. Sleep remains theoretical. Instead I practice micro-doses. 120 seconds seated upright with cape over eyes, pulse slowed until bats mistake me for stalagmite. Tonight I guide you through one early chase, unhurried like dream replayed underwater. Picture rooftops dusted in sugar snow, chimney smoke swirls, faint cocoa scent drifting from downtown bakery. I track the chemist by trail of blue noctilucent gas drifting from rooftop vents, breath through mask filters, tastes subtly of sprig tea. With every footfall I whisper a number, 4354. The cadence that keeps ankles loose, mind soft. The chemist spots my shadow only when I choose. Panic widens his pupils, but I fold cape forward, deflect dart gun plume. A gentle wrist lock, a pressured thumb, and vial clinks harmless onto gravel. No flourish, no growl, just hush. Sirens far below echo as lullaby. I hand bind vials, leave chemist blinking at sunrise, memory of fear recoded as stillness. Commissioner not yet friend but no longer skeptic meets me on rooftop. Steam curls from sewer grates beneath like dragons in hibernation. I speak minimal words, let silence carry weight. He flinches only once, when bats overhead scream their breakfast call. I notice then how even brave men jar at sudden discord. Not out of weakness but body's need for steady pattern. I promise silently to master entrances less jarring. Later I'll design ultrasonic pulses to signal bats away before I appear. Another lesson in gentleness. In manner study Alfred leaves file of architect blueprints. Secret tram tunnels abandoned since 30s. Useful veins through which I can glide silently across town. I spread maps on hardwood, tracing lines by can. Wax drips like falling pearls. I remember mother's necklace. Allow sting, then breathe past it. Each exhale dims image till pearls merely wax mares on map. Let me lend you that breath. Inhale through nose 4 counts. Sense wax aroma. Hint of cedar shelves. Hold 3 counts. Weightless pause where grief might elbow but cannot shout. Exhale 5 counts, letting worry puddle like molten wax harmless on page. Repeat, candle flickers in draft, that flicker becomes metronome soft as owl wing. Training never cease. I join underground boxing ring clad in plain hoodie, trading blows with dock workers. Fists thud like muffled bass, sweat fogs cheap bulbs. Between rounds I pace circles, rolling shoulders in meditation, letting adrenaline settle rather than spike. Opponent asks why I smile after hook bruises jaw. I reply it's practice mending cracks before they widen. He laughs, swings again. After fight I buy his dinner, listening to harbor gossip that later guides me to stolen gun cache. City gives clues through mouths of those unseen by boardrooms. I stay listening post midnight. Back in cave, monitors track star charts, Satellites above Gotham orbit with indifferent precision. I calibrate grapples to anchor even in sleet. Test launch. Recoil hum under ribs. Steady heartbeat of titanium faith. Yet no gear comforts as much as the simple breath pattern. 4, 3, 5, 4. Try it now. Inhale. Hold, release. Pause. Feel clavicle unclench. Eyelids grow damp heavy. When nightmares intrude, chorus of gunfire, mother's quiet gasp. I treat them as stray radio chatter. Thumb imaginary tuner. Dial scene to river noise. Replace gunflash with ripple. Pearls with dew beads on cabbage leaves. You may borrow that tuner anytime. Memory obeys subtle redirection if performed calmly. Most dawns I end shift perched atop Wayne Tower numeral 2 watching thick fog swallow lower block. Helicopter. Rotors chop distance but up here wind croons low cello note. Cape wraps ankles, echo of blankets you perhaps now pull over shoulders. I allow eyes to close 7 breaths. Trusting early light to tap eyelids awake before fall. That micro sleep enough to convert patrol into story rather than trauma. Tonight, listener, your bed becomes that tower ledge. Sheets billow just enough to mimic cape pillow cradles, neck firm like cowl collar. Sirens outside window drift lower than lullaby hum. Should fear tap glass. Hand it 4, 3, 5, 4 breath. Watch it step back confused. Should city's heartbeat race? Answer with slower drum of boiler, 1 pop each 3 heartbeats. I will be out there moving between gargoyles, but my voice remains inside this room, tracing edges around your dreams so no sharp memory can cut. Wave goodnight to bats. They bank away into deeper caverns. Satisfied, candle on desk gutters as dawn wets horizon. Close notebook, slide pen quiet. In library above, Alfred dusts shelves to rhythm gentle as tide. He too practices 4, 3, 5, 4 without knowing name. Learned by servicing grief havens decades. Now lower lids. Let sugar snow rooftop drift across mind. Hear vials clink safe. Smell cocoa steam colliding with winter ozone. Sleep low, sleep guarded. When sun climbs, treaty annex may sign. New villains may sketch staves on morning smoke. We'll wake ready, but night still owns these final heartbeats and it spends them whispering calm through cowl cloth. Rest. I listen. Alfred jokes that every long corridor in Wayne Manor is really a treadmill for ghosts. Walk it often enough and some memory always steps in front of you asking to be carried. Tonight I pace the East Gallery, bare feet whispering on parquet, cape folded over arm like a half-finished thought. Portraits of horse-riding ancestors glimmer in sconce glow, their oil eyes track my procession with judgment diluted by dust. I pause before one gilt frame, an aunt lost to fever before Gotham had antibiotics. Her painted hands clutch morning glory vines, petals curling as if anticipating frost. I tap the canvas once, tiny eulogy, then continue toward workshop lift. In cave hush I find an unfinished shape, the chassis that will become Batmobile Prototype 1. It crouches on jack stands, armored ribs exposed, turbine throat yawning like a beast that hasn't learned its growl. I circle slow, palm tracing weld seams, letting fingertips memorize imperfections so the machine can dream of correction while I sleep. Tools lie arranged as silent alphabet: hex driver, torque wrench, plasma scorer. Alfred's earlier tea still steams faintly beside blueprint roll. I sip liquid as half heat, half nostalgia. Cardamom note lingers, steadying pulse. You and I, listener, stand now at the edge of that chassis. Close eyes, picture its matte curves catching candle shimmer, each reflection a falling feather. Feel iron smell soften under warmth of breath. Hear coolant lines quiver like distant cello strings drawn once then muted. Let your shoulders settle, weight shared with steel that waits uncomplained. Memories float up. First night test driving father's vintage roadster along Cliff Road, tires singing over rain-slick marble leaves. The engine note taught me how velocity can comfort until it lies. Later, racing smugglers across Mongolian steppe in pickup with no headlights, steering by compass and moon. Those lessons poured into design, torque for gravel, suspension that bows like reed, not rod, cockpit insulated enough that siren screams outside become lullaby hum within. Every bolt here is a stilled echo of past engine roars, now patient for ignition signal. Across cave floor, monitor wall flickers a lone alert. Cat burglar sighting in Diamond District, signature grapple line, 0 casualty. Police tags her faceless thief, yet I've already sketched the curve of her silhouette in my notebook. Grace mismatched to greed. Tonight I won't pursue. There is power in restraint. Sometimes letting mystery walk free teaches more than caging it. Also, I promised Alfred a single shift off patrol to recalibrate cowl HUD. Trust is keeping small promises as fiercely as oaths shouted to tombstones. A soft beep breaks reverie. Bat drone returns from flight. Plastic wings ticking against landing perch. Its cameras upload rooftop humidity readings, wind shear angles, scent markers of kettle corn drifting from midnight carnival. Gotham is never entirely cruel. Even sin here sets carnival lights against fog. I breathe in, taste sugar ghost, store it behind molars for later dream seasoning. Now let me hand the drone's hush to you. Imagine wings folding with gentle clack, servos powering down one by one, each click a step deeper into drowsy tunnel. Count first click as 4 beats inhale, second as 3 beats hold, third as 5 beats exhale. Repeat until pulse echoes drone's cooling circuits. I climb into cockpit mock-up, reclining seat still wrapped in protective canvas. Overhead console glows amber like campfire embers. I power systems only to auxiliary, letting low fan groan imitate seaside wind in conch shell. Fingers drift over throttle, feel knurled grip register heartbeat, pulse through titanium. In this dark womb of carbon fiber and Kevlar weave, I surrender armor plates of consciousness piece by piece. Knees unclench, jaw slacken, breath deeper now. 4-3-5-4 pattern locking ribs into slow wave. Thought strays to Selena, though we've not exchanged names yet. Only glances across neon air. I know the cadence of her escape, the half laugh she drops when landing silent on roof ledge. It echoes some secret chord inside me, minor key but not mournful. I file the sound away, lavender bookmark in a charcoal notebook, something to unfold when nights threaten monotony. Boiler pops once, distant but felt through cave floor, a bass drum in cathedral far above. My eyelids lower halfway, cave monitors blur into soft constellations. I instruct each star to dim at exhale, count 10 stars, 9, 8, until only candle on blueprint table survives. Flame wagging slow, semaphore, rest now. Chassis way. In your room perhaps street lamp flickers, perhaps rain etches glass. Replace flicker with drone wing fold. Rain with warm turbine sigh. Borrow chassis stillness. Heavy yet buoyant under palm. Let muscles imitate welded steel, cooling rigid edges relaxing into tempered resilience. If stray memory of gunfire tries to ignite, guided into muffler chamber, exhaust transforms blast into distant ocean hush. I drift near threshold where dream and vigil overlap. Final checks. Security grid armed. Hives calm. Treaty annex moving through committee. Cat burglar off radar. Street carnival quieting. Checklist complete. I permit the cave to cradle guardian. Bats drowse overhead. Echo pulses spaced wide like heartbeat of slumbering giant. Now you listener, step back from chassis, extinguish candle with silent breath, walk stairway of inhalations to mezzanine of sleep. 4 steps in, 3 pause, 5 out, 4 nothing. Again slower, shadows sheath shoulders, mask slips, night's weight lift, city hum, recedes. Only your pulse and the cave's mild drip remain. Together they weave new silence, not calm before storm,
but calm, defying the storm's invitation. Sleep. I steer vigil into idle, ready to gun engine when dawn demands. Until then, know that steel waits quiet. Bats keep watch, and I count your breaths as carefully as bolts on turbine flange. Rest in dusk blue cradle, wing beats roam, but none will break your window tonight.
I linger half inside the patterned dark, half inside the corridor light, as though the boundary between them were a sheer curtain I can push my hand through without deciding which room deserves the rest of me. Upstairs, moonlight slips across the landing and pools on the parquet exactly where my mother's perfume once trailed. Downstairs, cave stone sweats a mineral cold. The air conditioning never quite erases. I stand between. Breathing becomes a tide long enough to ferry memory both directions. Tonight's lesson in sleeplessness began at dusk, when a faint tremolo broadcast across GCPD's encrypted band. A warehouse alarm tripped in tricorner, sensor log registering 0 motion yet 12 different thermal signatures, a magician's tally. The address lined up with older smugglers' slips now slated for redevelopment. A perfect nether zone where illusions thrive because the city hasn't decided if it belongs to future or rot. I pulled cowl, let the cape fall, and slipped into the narrowing gap between streetlights turning amber and sirens clearing their throats. A storm threatened horizon, so clouds skated low, lightning blooming sheets behind them like backdrafts on theater scrim. Every flash carved skyline into silhouettes sharp enough to nick the eye. In that strobing half-world I moved faster than thoughts, trusting rooftop memory over forethought. The glide suit caught a crosswind. Turbine belts murmured reassurance at writ. Down below, a moth of a man unloaded crates that didn't exist on any manifest, crates printed with blank slates, literally whitewashed plywood, as though content wished to be unread. 2 guards stood sentry, weapons lowered. The hush told me illusionist. I shadowed rafter beams, nose counting chemicals, resin, ozone, hot copper. A hologram rig disguised as loading dock. Swing down, cape opens, silent grapple bite. 1, 2, 3 guards sleeping before they noticed the curtain tugged aside. The crates held nothing but projectors and sound cannons tuning to sub-decibel frequencies, prepping a sonic mirage meant to scare neighbor blocks into selling property cheap. Financial terror in perfect legal gray. I severed power, crushed lenses, left an unambiguous bat-shaped calling card in shattered glass. As thunder rolled overhead, warehouse lights guttered back to ordinary darkness, and those faint thermal signatures faded like a trick unbelief. I returned soaked, boots leaving small rain maps on cave floor tiles. Alfred met me with a towel large enough to fold the night inside, yet he didn't scold. He senses when scolding might yank a thread that keeps me upright. He simply swapped soaked towel for dry tea, hands steady, voice lower than bat rustle. Sometimes comfort is the slightest nod that says the invisible war still warrants warmth. Now I stand at the mezzanine rail, cool, palimpsest. Ever the night archivist dozes at library table, temple resting on scribbled transcripts of old newspaper microfilm. Snowcaps frost runes drift faint on gallery windows, repelling humidity. Armor practices silent T-shaped stretches in moonbeam, joints unlocking grief, one ligament at a time. Bitrate taps code pulses into central console, rhythm matched to distant rainfall. He insists, machines sleep better if they share lullabies. I turn from them and descend toward cave again. Overhead, stalactite fangs drip at intervals just unsteady enough to refuse a drummer's grid. Each plink echoes off water below, returns as softer reflection. I step onto platform above river mouth. Inhale river's coppery breath. Exhale until heart trades thunder memory for drip memory. In your room, imagine that drip stretched into slow pendulum. Let it mark the seconds while you float between breath.
Cape comes off, gloves follow. I kneel at chassis of the now tuned Batmobile sleeker tonight. Panels. I whisper to it the single phrase Alfred's locksmith once taught me. Locks exist to measure patience. I run fingertips along carbon edge. Feel micro scratches from earlier chase. They will sand smooth by dawn. Yet I memorize each nick as dot in Morse pulse. Silence. Story etched onto armor so tomorrow's ride knows where it's been. Boiler exclaims one muted huff. Steam curling like stage smoke across upper walkways. Its voice tumbles into steel beams, softening edges. I envision that steam wrapping around you, listener, blanketing the bed in lofted warmth. 4 seconds inhale of fictional steam. 3 seconds cradle. 5 seconds release back to cave rafters. Repeat. Let shoulders fall heavier into the mattress. My mind wanders to father's watch I keep in desk drawer. It stopped at the time I was supposed to turn 7. Second hand snapped under tension. I never repaired it. Instead I learned to set body clock by city's pulse sirens as minutes, foghorns as hour. Tonight I promise body it may count heartbeats slower than horns. Slower even than stalactite drips. Promise to tether nightmares with grapples, reel them just far enough that they circle but cannot land. Lightning flickers distant again but storm veers east. Gotham skyline flashes cameo then hides. I trace one last breath. Inhale the composite scent of wet Cape cooling engines. Cardamom tea left on workbench. Hold. Exhale the warehouse's broken illusions. The half-spoken alarm. The hush that follows. Allow eyelids to shudder. Curtain drawn between ghost corridor and living cave. I leave cowl on pedestal. Lenses dim. Monitors dim. Even bats dim. Folding wings like heavy curtains. Up in house. Alfred dims sconce lights, his footsteps slow. Your room dims too. Street lamp glow now gentle smear. Rain taming city's sharp neon. I offer the final whisper. Every heartbeat tonight belongs to you, guarded by steel on stands. By wings overhead, by one masked dreamer memorizing storms so you may forget them till morning. Sleep under this crooked constellation of drips. Steam and softened thunder. The treadmill of ghosts pauses. Paintings close their oil eyes. Treadmill becomes bridge. Cross it slowly. Barefoot into storyless dark. I will wait on far end. Cape folded. Ready for whenever dawn asks pages to resume. Sleep. I watch.
The city rolls itself flat like a scroll tonight. No towers, no alleys. Just one charcoal ribbon trembling under rain. I drift along its edge in the new glider rig, silk and carbon stitched so carefully it no longer remembers the failure of earlier prototypes. Wind slips beneath me, slow and lamp-like, pouring light through membrane until I become nothing but outline against clouds. I bank once, twice, then let gravity's gentle hand return me to Wayne Rooftop, where gargoyles keep their own silent vigil. Landing pads hiss, talons retract. I stand a moment, cape rain heavy, and watch steam coil from roof vents in braided ropes. Each rope carries a memory, first patrol bruise, first runaway saved. First time I whispered reassurance rather than threat. Tonight I collect those memories into a single pocket of silence I can lay at your bedside. Close your eyes for me now, feel cape hem brush pillow. Imagine steam plumes hovering like quiet lanterns above your dreamscape. Back inside the lift I descend into the cave that beats slower than any heart. A giant sleeping under marble. Lucius left schematics scattered on workbench, gauntlet hydraulic revised to temper recoil. Micro dispensers for antitoxins I've yet to test. I run fingertips along blueprint lines, each pencil stroke cool as creek water. He trusts me to wield these designs gently. I trust him to anchor my ambition to reason. To the left a secure cabinet glows amber. Inside rests a single vial of fear toxin,
Prototype seized from chemist who believed nightmares could be bottled and sold like perfume. I keep it here to remind myself terror can hide in elegance. The vial hums at edge of hearing, but cowl filters hush the note. I extract a pinprick sample, mix with serum, watch fluid fade to harmless straw color. Antidote succeeds. Success is quiet. I slip vial back. Lock case. Your worries may be similar. Vials clear, deceptive. Picture them stored behind glass. Labeled, sealed, neutralize. Breath in 4 counts, hold 3. Exhale 5. Let imagined lock click shut. Alfred's voice drifts over. Calm, warm tea ready upstairs. I answer with 1 syllable. Code we invented that says mission concluded, soul intact. He responds with a hush shaped like smile. My boots echo up stone stairs, each step hollow but kind. Halfway I pause to feel the undertunnel clay we laid days ago, murmuring its counter melody. The hum matches boiler pulse. Matches your pulse if you let it. 4 beats inhale, 3 hold, 5 release. Whisper it as mantra until thoughts slow. In library fireplace cinders smolder. Flames have mostly withdrawn, leaving red planets that breathe every few seconds. I let cape drop, hang cowl on chair back, then fold into armchair facing window. Steam from teacup fogs glass for heartbeat. Draws ghost map of rivers on pane before vanishing. Outside lightning silhouettes skyline, but thunder stays distant. Polite tonight. I open journal, thick paper smelling of graphite and seat. I write 3 lines. Warehouse, illusion rig dismantled. Fear antidote stable. City exhaled without coughing. I close book. The act of closure is itself lullaby. I want you to feel that closure now. Imagine book shutting. Leather whisper. Strap wrap. Whatever pages chased you awake before now lie calm. Across the room grandfather clock ticks imperfectly. Seconds hand stutters every 7th stride. Unrepaired since adolescence. Parents loved its flaw. I time breath to that stutter. Inhale. Until hand hesitates. Hold while gear catches. Exhale through next 2 clicks. You try. Listen for fault line in your room. Floor creak. Radiator sigh. And sink to it, adopting imperfection as pace. Perfect metronomes belong to machines. We are allowed stumble. Rain intensifies. Droplets strike window. A tempo of distant brushes on snare. I watch rivulets curve glass, then let eyelids dip half-mast. My chin sinks to collarbone. Cape weight overlap becomes blanket. For a blink I could sleep here. Guardian in paper fortress, yet I rise. Slow, retrieving comfort for you instead. Upstairs hallway smells of wax polish. Twilight roses from greenhouse. I pass family portraits. Aunt with morning glory vine seems less mournful by candlelight. I pause, pressing knuckle to gilt frame. Whisper good night to the child still inside that alley photograph. He does not answer, but footprint of terror embedded in hallway boards feels lighter. Final destination. Your doorway, metaphoric maybe, yet real enough. I set teacup on nearby table. Steam carries ginger, cardamom, cedar. I dim lamp so only street glow feathers walls. Close curtains just enough to filter city glare into soothing haze. Then I leave door cracked, 2 fingers. The way Alfred left nursery door when I was young. Promise of distant guardian ear. Listen. Boiler pops once. Far below, bats settle. Cabbage leaves now free of pulse, rustle like soft pages. Grapple lines hang inert. Gauntlets rest. Gotham exhales. You inhale. Hold. Exhale slower. Shadows on ceiling no longer shape masks. They mold into clouds that drift into horizon of dreams. If night stirs, I patrol. If fear spikes, antidote vials await. If thunder trespasses, chassis shields hum. Your task now is surrender. Allow pillow to cradle head heavier. Let breath untie knots between shoulder blades. Night's treadmill pauses. Ghosts perch rather than wander. I sit again by window, cowl within arm reach, but eyelids heavy enough to trust moment's peace. Sleep. I listen.
The rain clears by dawn, taking with it last night's chemical hush. I wake to the thrum of Wayne Manor's newer geothermal pumps, a heartbeat I installed after realizing even palatial bones deserve warm blood. Their low murmur travels through the mattress springs, coaxing stiff muscles to unknot. For a moment I lie still, cataloging the gentle sounds of a city that somehow survived another spin of its wheel. Delivery vans rumbling on Crest Hill, far foghorn calling barges upriver, two mourning doves arguing about porch territory, all unsurprising until the faintest tick reaches me from the west wing, a rhythm not on the house's usual playlist. It is a soft metallic click-drag-click that repeats every 24 seconds, too deliberate for a settling beam, too slow for Alfred's silverware cadence. I slip from bed, throw robe over shoulders, pad down the moonlit hallway. Portrait eyes watch but do not warn. They assume every nocturnal errand is another grief pilgrimage. I turn left at archway, descend staircase where boards remember my childhood weight. Enter a dusty drawing room unused since charity galas ceased. There, posed at the grand piano, sits an antique metronome I have not seen since my mother's brief attempt to make me love Chopin. Its ebonite case glints, pendulum arm swinging though no one wound it. On the lid rests a calling card embossed in matte gray, coordinator typed in utilitarian font, no flourish. Underneath, 4 punch holes pierce the card's edge. Morse for the letter K. I know the name only through whispers on global threat boards. A sonic tactician rumored to rewrite civic order by modulating daily noises. Traffic lights, elevator bells, even cutlery clatter, nudging cities toward collective panic or docility. Their signatures are usually larger. Concert hall hijacks, subway chimes turned hypnotic. To leave a lone metronome beating inside my home is message, not weapon, but messages carry echo pulses if ignored. I pocket the card, still the pendulum. Silence reblooms in the drawing room like a blown-out candle. Behind me, Alfred's voice low. Shall I file a police report for trespass, sir? I answer no. Coordinator wants conversation, not confrontation. We will answer in language they respect. Asymmetry. Workshop later. Bitrate calibrates micro recorders the size of shirt buttons. He plans to seed them across Gotham's acoustic hotspots. Bell towers, underpass steel girders, food truck grills. All to map new deviations. Coordinator might inject. Snowcap crafts frost runes shaped like mute glyphs. When adhered to brass or glass, they scatter tonal purity into pleasant chaos, erasing precise tempos. Armor tunes sonic dampers to low-mid frequencies below human voice, above boiler hum, creating pockets where rhythm goes to die. I sit at piano, unlatching lid. Keys smell of old ivory and lemon oil. I strike middle C, note rings truer than memory. I let index finger roam minor chords, building an improvised lullaby that slips half steps out of any predictable cadence. Alfred listens from doorway. Eyes. Mother's sheet music still lives in bench. I leave it untouched, composing instead a new counter melody for coordinator, something that refuses perfect grid. We transfer motif to cave speaker array. Bitrate codes algorithm to fragment it further. Each speaker shifting note delay by geometric primes so no two echoes align. Gotham, already messy, will hum messier still, resisting external metronomes. Mid-afternoon patrol is reconnaissance only. I perch above Gotham's stock exchange dome. Micro recorder,
glued beneath Eagle statue lights its red LED soundscape normal. On 9th Street, second recorder catches bus brakes squealing at suspiciously even intervals every quarter minute. Too tidy. I drop to asphalt. Inside adjacent bakery, I find a covert speaker wired behind bread display, emitting near ultrasonic click trains that sync vehicles unconsciously at intersection. Small test by coordinator. I cut wire, replace with snowcap room. Brakes resume natural randomness. Drivers honk angry but alive. Cardamom air disguises my departure. Night loop reveals 8 more devices behind church organ pipes, inside a taxi stand kiosk, under park fountain grate, each removed, each replaced with offbeat seed. A chess opening between unseen players. Back beneath manor rafters, bats swoop erratic 8s. Satisfied, I slide coordinator's card into glass frame on quarter board, just above unsmoked. Frame 46, no longer blank. Chalk writes itself in Alfred's tidy hand counterpoint. Before sleep I wind the antique metronome 1 click and set it on bedside table. Pendulum still locked. It will serve as reminder that precision becomes threat only if permitted to swing. I breathe 4354. Release tension into match. House ticks. Grandfather clock stutter. Guiding breath. City rumbles unevenly below. Choir of cabs and rain gutter drip newly freed from secret conductor. Listener, borrow that irregular orchestra now. Focus on whichever offbeat note feels safest, perhaps roof drip, perhaps heart murmur, and set lungs to it. If memory intrudes with perfect horror, nudge it off tempo. Hum my piano fragment softer than thought. Metronome in drawer sleeps silent. So may you. I listen, counting intervals no one else will ever score.
Coordinator answers our counter melody at midnight, not with another metronome but with absence. From Gotham Heights to the Diamond District, every public clock freezes at the same second. 12:07 a.m. Hands stuck like breath after bad news. No sirens, no alarms. Just the soft, uncanny quiet of a city suddenly unsure of its own time. The boiler down in the cave hesitates too, 1 pop late as if it listened to Oxford and lost the beat. I'm already on the tallest spire of the old Gotham Power Authority. Cape luffing in river gusts, bitrate patched the grid logs. A micropulse slipped through the transmission network 1 millisecond after midnight. A data packet carrying a rhythmic checksum that overrode every synchronized oscillator. Beautiful code. Cruel purpose convince clocks to agree on nothing and watch commuters, elevators, trading algorithms unravel in slow, invisible panic. But the city hasn't panicked yet. It just holds a breath. I intend to keep it that way. I drop to rooftop HAXAC ducts where I planted snowcaps runes earlier. The glyphs glow faint indigo, absorbing leftover pulse energy. Good. I radio armor phase 1 working, ready to seed stat. She's below. Repurposed hive dampers strapped on a sanitation truck, distributing sub-bass counter-clicks through sewer mains. Her laugh crackles back. Time to make the city cough in the right rhythm. We begin. Each district gets a different offset prime-numbered irregularity. Palimpsest safe in library. Streams my childhood piano motif through municipal hold music servers. Strings drifting. Tempos staggering by design. Bitrate injects jitter into wireless NTP beacons. So phones slide microseconds apart instead of locking to coordinator's vacuum. Snowcap climbs broadcast tower, snaps frost into antenna feed lines, causing faint phase noise that computers interpret as healthy static. Within 20 minutes, the streetlights along Harbor Row resume blinking in mismatched cadence. Traffic signals regain their usual delay chaos, and boiler pops twice back on jazz. Bats swirl overhead,
squeaks varying like shuffled cards. The city exhales, yet I know chess isn't over. Coordinator prefers middle games drawn out. I head for Union Station, the city's spinal cord of mechanical clocks. Inside the glass dome, a hush sits heavy, commuter boards dark. Only one sound, a lone pocket watch ticking far louder than it should. I trace echo to ticket counter. There, hanging by thread of silver chain, swings a watch the size of a teacup lid. Its face blank except for 4 punch holes. Dash. The letter K. Pendulum sleek, it emits ultrasonic spike every 5 seconds. Coordinator's heartbeat broadcasting into marble halls waiting for echoes to catch. I unhook chain, slip watch into lead sheath. Pulse ceases. Neon signs flicker alive. Arrival board scrolls anew. Travelers yawn and check wristwatches. Unaware they almost lost morning trains. My reflection in ticket window looks older than an hour ago. Stress draws its own lines, but eyes remain clear. Work continues. Home before dawn. Alfred meets me in foyer. Hands wrapped around mug of warm milk and honey. Childhood remedy. He resurrects without comment. I trade lead sheath for ceramic cup. He nods, vanishes down hall to hide dangerous trinket in vault that once held heirloom pearls. An alley's worth of ghosts share that space now. I climb library staircase. Palimpsest dozes amid recorder printouts, pencil poised mid-sentence like time paused their note. Irony not law. I drape cape over chair back, close laptop so screen's cool glow doesn't confuse circadian lull. Snowcap naps on couch. Frost-rimmed lashes blinking soft. Armor's gauntlets rest by hearth. Faint heat still radiating where servos strain. I pour second mug. This for you, listener. Steam curling cardamom. Cedar. Ghost sugar. Set at bedside in the narrative space you inhabit. Dim lamp until shadows blur stern wallpaper roses into softer cloud. The house remains awake but listening. Boilers beat steady. Clocks restarting at humane tempos. Breathe with me now. 4 counts in. Hold 3. Exhale 5. Pause 2. Let each cycle feel like gear slipping into kinder tooth. World's machinery cushioning if stray clicks intrude. Train delays. Old metronome memory. Imagine you twist crown on pocket watch. Winding 0 tension. Then shut lid. Echo dissipates. I settle in study armchair. Journal balanced on knee. Entry reads brief. Coordinator paused. Clocks freed. Counterpoint stable. I add second line for personal archive. Even silence can be an attack. Even chaos. A cure. Close book. Turn key in tiny brass lock. Click softer than heartbeat. Outside. Dawn stains river apricot. Bats trade night shift with gull. Gotham prepares its usual cacophony. Unaware, its pulse nearly fell to perfect order. That thought lets muscles soften. Eyelids drift. If you wake later to ticking that feels too precise, remember, time belongs to living beings, not to puppeteers. Breathe off beat. Sip cooling tea. Tap heel in irregular waltz. I'll be on rooftops tuning skyline back to discordant safety. Sleep. I count misaligned seconds for you waiting them so nightmares misstep. Pianist fingers rest on silent key. Boiler croons coda. Wind answers and city hum settles into kindness that only imperfection grants.
The day ticks forward in uneven fits, then crumbles into evening before I notice how heavy my gloves feel. Alfred insists I eat something warm and his language steak and a lecture about iron levels. But I settle for broth taken standing at the kitchen window watching dusk bruise the river into inkwell black. The tugboat horn saunters upstream in a crooked rhythm. Even the harbor now hums with our misaligned grid. The clock on the wall, recently freed from coordinator's pulse, loses 2 seconds while I drink perfect. I let it drift. Down in the cave I run diagnostics on every rescued timepiece. When gears stutter, I smile, proof that mechanical hearts prefer small mistakes. I log serial numbers, wrap each watch in felt, and place them in a vault beside the fear toxin vial. Across the bay, financial district marquees flicker as servers resynchronize, but none achieve perfect harmony. The city is learning to savor wobble. The storm front loiters offshore, gravid with static. I climb into the suit anyway, cowl smelling of leather, memory ozone. The Batmobile eagerly snorts turbine wake. Its dashboard clock floats 9 seconds behind radio signal, exactly where I left it. I keep engines low, letting the alleyways whisper their graffiti confessions as tires glide over slick asphalt. Tonight's patrol is reconnaissance for the soul, no alarms, just listening. In the Narrows, I idle beneath a railway trestle where neon spills through rusted girders like slow blood. Rain begins, first shy, then urgent, drumming polyrhythms on roof panel. I sink breath, 4 counts inhale, 3 hold, 5 release, 4 blank. Each exhale merges with rain hiss until cabin walls pulse gentle. I picture you beneath quilt or sheet, borrowing that pattern, letting water outside your window conduct a softer lullaby. A trio of teens dart across avenue, hoodies weighed by damp, laughter sparking even as police spotlight arcs overhead. They tag a brick wall with crooked crown insignia, nothing gang-related, just rebellion shaped in silver paint. I watch, unseen, until they vanish into steam. The fresh glyph glints, then drips. Rain has already begun its revision. Impermanence comforts. I sweep east toward Chelsea docks. Warehouse roofs leak brown-orange rust into gutter streams. A chemical tea I file for future toxic mapping. A cat perches on floodlight box, indifferent to my shadow. Somewhere nearby, a board meeting plots relocation of these docks into high-rise condos. The city's heartbeat keeps editing, but I note the cat's content refusal to move. Some guardianship is silent. Radar pings anomaly. Ultrasonic chirps riding lightning static. Origin below street. Likely sewer maintenance shaft. I park beneath billboard. Drop through manhole. Helmet lenses bloom pale jade, revealing rivets crusted with polymer gloss. Coordinator again. No. The chirps encode a nursery tune from decades past, repurposed as sonar to herd rats toward pesticide traps. City Health Department experiment legal. Careless. Rats scatter past my boots, eyes glittering with borrowed terror. I swap emitter chips from trap nodes, feed snowcaps variance code. Chirps degrade into mellow buzz. Rodents relax. Scurry random. Chaos serves mercy. Above, thunder collapses into cavern air, rumbling long enough to feel like train passing through bones. I climb ladder, emerge behind deli where neon sign flickers, open, though shop long shut. Raindrops pelt cowl, each a cold fingertip. I lift faceplate, taste petrichor, then glide home on thermals rising from municipal steam grids beginning their nightly purge. The manor greets me lit only by stair sconces, glow dimmer than memory. Alfred must be abed. The house moves quieter when his footsteps stop translating worry into action. I strip suit in cave alcove, hang cape where dehumidifiers sip its drips. Bats swirl overhead, shifting roost positions like restless punctuation. Upstairs corridor again. Portraits now blur in candle haze. I pause before father's image. Not the formal oil portrait, but small charcoal study. Mother sketched on honeymoon cruise. His eyes in that sketch never judge. They ask. Tonight I answer. City breathes ragged but alive. Charcoal lips curve. Or maybe candle flickers. In library I find palimpsest, hunched over phonograph, needle gliding static spirals on blank wax disc, recording silence to study its depth. They glance up, smile sleepily, slide headphones my way. I listen, faint hum of manor pumps, distant crack of timber contracting in weather swing.
almost a lullaby. I nod approval. They log waveform, finally allowing eyelids to close. I escort them to guest wing, leaving candle stubs to gutter on desk. Before my own door I meet Snowcap, leaning against wall, frost halo faint like moon ring. She murmurs word listen, then smiles. Air smells of peppermint as glyphs dissolve. Rain slackens, we hear only clock stutter. Grandfather gear catching on slight burr I never file down. Imperfection sings us goodnight. Room dim, just bedside lamp on low amber. Head change into loose shirt. Stretch spine until vertebrae click in descending scale. Window open 2 inches. Breeze braids, night smells wet asphalt. Lilac from abandoned garden. Machine oil. I sit on mattress edge. Begin the ritual you know now. Inhale 4. Hold 3. Exhale 5. Pause 4. Repeat. Muscles drip tension like rain leaving gutter. I imagine coordinator somewhere miles off. Recalibrating with every thwarted pulse. Searching next perfect rhythm. I send silent message. Gotham has learned syncopation. If they listen, perhaps they too will sleep. Let go of tyranny of exact beats. I slide under sheet. Vertebrae sinking in soft alignment. Roof drip outside window hits metal vent in non-pattern bursts. 1, 3. I adopt them. Let pulse slip sideways into dream corridor. Boiler murmurs downstairs. Bats now still. City neon dims behind haze. Sleep arrives not as curtain but as cracked door. I step through, leaving gadgets, bruises, ticking ghosts outside. I carry you with me, listener. Across threshold inside dream room. We find only mismatched chairs, rain tapping roof, candle releasing last breath. We sit, time forgets us for a while. Rest, I watch. Even sleeping, I watch. And the clock's imperfect. Stand guard.
I take the long way home tonight, letting the Batmobile idle down Cobblepot Causeway just beneath the speed that would make the turbines whine. Orange sodium street lamps streak the windshield, each glow a soft pulse that nudges memory rather than jolts it. With every passing light I release one fragment of tension, a clenched forearm, a locked jaw, a brow that still expects gunfire around every corner. You may picture those lamps as mile markers on your own highway to rest. Each one you pass dims a different worry until dashboard gauges blur into warmth. The mission itself was small, almost delicate. A cat burglar, no, the cat burglar slipping through museum skylights after closing. I tailed her with the silent drone we nicknamed Cricket, its propellers so fine that only the bats hear. She disabled lasers with a mirror shard, stole only a ledger penciled in Roman numerals. Nothing else. I let her go, choosing observation over capture, filing her motives for later study. Sometimes patience is the stronger form of control. Alfred would call that growth. A younger version of me would have rushed the skylight. Shattered glass ruined the silence 2 guards were using to keep their own nightmares at bay. When I finally park beneath the manor, cave lights dim themselves to twilight. The bats sweep in gentle circles as if cooling the air just for my arrival. I peel off gloves. Microcircuits inside still tingle with residual static. Each spark a miniature storm begging to be grounded. I press fingertips to riverstone wall, discharge energy into the architecture. It reminds me to ask you to do the same. Envision any static thoughts, spikes of anger, stray shards of news, leaving your palms and slipping harmless into bed frame. Mattress springs, carpet thread, stone returns only steadiness. Lucius left a parcel on the workbench, sealed with midnight blue wax. Inside 3 sonic transponders mapped to coordinator's last known carrier wave. Their labels read Cadence Cutters V1.1. They hum when I touch them,
but hum wrong, each slightly flat in pitch. Exactly the goal to spoil any perfect rhythm the moment it tries to bloom. I stow them in utility belt slots, content. Alfred materializes at stair bottom holding 2 mugs of cocoa so dark it reflects cave lights. He says nothing. He knows the night's score already. We toast in silence. Hot liquid drapes throat, telling muscles they may off duty. I climb the final stair alone, robe over shoulders, cowl left hanging like a quiet promise of return. Upstairs hallway windows reflect moon just enough to paint silver footpaths on rugs. Grandfather clock ticks its forgiving pattern. Tick tick skip tick, still unfixed. Still my favorite drummer. I reach library just as rain starts again, this time gentle. Each drop against leaded glass a soft fingertip. Palimpsest curled on sofa muttering half-dream notes. I lift blanket over their shoulders. Snowcaps frost sigil on fireplace irons pulses once. Registers house temp safe for slumber. In bedroom I crack window, a hands where rushes in cool carrying Petrar and faint diesel from harbor tugs. I set cup on nightstand, extinguish lamp to ember glow. Cape drapes chair like night's own towel. Before sheets claim me, I perform the breath practice. Inhale 4 counts. Draw air deep under ribs. Hold 3, let heart acknowledge it. Exhale 5. Empty lungs till belly softens. Pause 4. Trust silence. Again, you match me now. Feel mattress sink fraction deep. Memory tries to chase me with alley echoes. I switch channel. Instead I replay the burglar's exit. Her silhouette skipping across rooftops like a jazz note escaping sheet music. Irregular. Yes, but alive. City needs such improvisations. You need them too. If a rigid thought threatens, replace it with that silhouette, quick, light, impossible to keep in one frame. Let it dart off into skyline, carrying tension with it. Boiler downstairs releases one controlled sigh. Steel beams answer with a soft groan. The house stretching like a cat before sleep. Somewhere a loose gutter tings 3 times in wind. I assign each ting to your breath's hold phase. A quiet count so mind stays busy enough to leave you rest. Now the window's rain hush merges with clock skip, merges with boiler bass. You lie in a weave of unmatching sounds. Exactly the blanket coordinator cannot fold into tyranny. Imagine those cadence cutters already planted around the city. Tiny guardians spoiling would-be lullabies of control. They spoil perfection so true rest can bloom. Outside clouds slide apart. Moonlight multiplies on wet slate roofs. Each reflection a shard of mirror waiting for dawn. Inside, eyelids draw together. The ledger the cat stole rests somewhere unknown. Its Roman numerals perhaps counting heartbeats or secrets, but that is tomorrow's puzzle. Tonight the city runs on lovely mistakes. Clocks losing seconds, raindrops striking glass out of time, your breath cycling in humane unevenness. Sheets welcome shoulders, then spine. I trace 4, 3, 5, 4. One last round, feel pulse settle. You follow. Inhale, hold, release, pause until muscles memorize. Grandfather clock ticks, skips, ticks, good night. Bats hush. Cricket drone charges quietly on shelf. The world is allowed to be sloppy for a few hours. We have earned that mercy. Sleep low. I listen, counting imperfect rain beats so you don't have to.
I wake to the smell of rain-polished asphalt drifting through the cracked window and realize I must have slipped beneath the surface of sleep for longer than planned. The boiler's huff suggests I missed its second watch pop, though the clock downstairs only lags 3 forgiving seconds. I shrug off sheets that still remember last night's rooftop chill and cross the dark room by lamp glow soft enough not to startle portraits. My shadow swims over wood panels while outside an ambulance siren mutters in minor key. Proof Gotham survived another rotation. Alfred left a sealed envelope on my dresser, embossed return address of the Gotham Juvenile Detention Center. A quick slice with gauntlet blade reveals a thank you note from a boy I carried out of a gang fire months ago. He says the night cape no longer haunts his dream. I read each line twice, then fold the letter into the journal's inner pocket. The one labeled Reasons. The satin ribbon that marks my progress through grief slips a page deeper. Down the hall, palimpsest naps on a ladder landing. Headphones still humming cave recordings. Stalactite drips. Bat wings. The slip heartbeat of groundwater. I cover them with spare blanket. Gently press stop. The recorder's final sample plays once in my thoughts. A cave drip timed 4 seconds apart, echoing the breath pattern we practice. I whisper the cadence. 4, 3, 5, 4. Knowing your pulse will find it while I narrate. The night's work begins with a riddle left by Cat. A black domino mask tucked through bars of the wrought iron gate. Its inner surface dusted in phosphorescent paw prints leading nowhere. I scan chemical traces. Vanillin, soot, sea salt. Formula for invisible ink triggered only by cinnamon vapor. Lucius supplies portable nebulizer. I fog the mask inside evidence bay. An address appears, scrawled in lazy cursive. Abandoned observatory on Cane Ridge. Message clear. Meet me under stars that refuse alignment. I glide over river wings stretched like wounded constellations. Raindrops needling fabric into wakeful tension. Lightning rips horizon, reveals the dome silhouette. Broken telescope neck protruding like crooked spine. She waits atop shattered astrolabe. Leather suit glinting comma tails of water. In her hand, the museum ledger she stole. She opens it, showing Roman numerals that now glow faint orange. Old crime families kept their debts encoded as orbits. She murmurs, each numeral is a period. Together they track a shipment. She asks if I want the numbers. I nod, she smirks. Trade requires trust. Instead of ledger, she hands one brass gear from the observatory clockwork. Fix their time before they can move, she says, then leaps, cape parachuting into storm void. A lesson. Sometimes knowledge is spare part, not whole machine. Back in cave, I lay gear on design table. Bitrate cross-references serial etching to warehouse manifest. Shipment of military drones rerouted to private vault beneath Gotham Bay tomorrow night. Armor preps submersible. Sharpening anchor talons. Snowcap freezes. Sample seawater. Testing anti-fouling compound. I tune sonar to outhume drone comms. Work hums steady until dawn glaze touches stalactite. Tips. But this isn't mission brief. It's lullaby. I climb from cave carrying new brass gear upstairs to your dream space. Imagine its teeth. 32 unequal steps. Rotating just slow enough to guide your breath. Inhale 4 counts as gear starts turn. Hold 3 while it crests. Exhale 5 as it settles. Pause 4 as cogs wait for command. Repeat. Each rotation sands rough edges of thought. If stray flash of storm intrudes, let it be distant strobe painting bedroom wall. Count seconds between lightning and imagined thunder, until flash outpaces sound. I set gear on bedside table beside mug of chamomile. Alfred brewed earlier. Steam authors invisible runes that drift ceilingward, rewriting ceiling stains into mild cloud shapes. Breathe scent. Hay. Apple skin. Hint of cedar. Feel jaw unclench. Shoulders melt. Hear house creak. Bored by library fireplace always sighs with barometric drop. Acknowledging rain. That sigh joins boiler whisper. Joins roof drip. Forms quiet trio playing off-beat nocturne. I sit in nearby chair, recording final notes. Cat's orbit cipher. Boy's thank you letter. Gear's tooth count. I close notebook.
Latch clicks softer than heartbeat. You imprint that click as bedtime lock. Fear can't cross. Window remains cracked 2 inches. The gap invites night breeze tuned imperfectly. Safe. Eyes grow heavy. Cape hangs across chair back like dusk folded for tomorrow. I tuck one edge over your blanketed shoulder. An imagined gesture bridging page to reality. Outside, siren fades, replaced by trolley bell dinging once, twice. Then randomly, driver leaning elbow on liver to amuse self through rain. Another human messing the rhythm for joy. Let lids fall. 4, 3, 5, 4. Let floor tilt as if manner walks with you into shallow tide. Waves of sleep lap ankles, knees, chest, chin. I guard shoreline trawling radar for perfect beats to shatter. Drums of storm recede. Observatory gear waits to turn with dawn, but now only guides dreams. Sleep. I count rotation.
Tide is low enough to expose teeth of the old pier when Armor and I roll the submersible from its cradle, hull sweating beneath vapor lamps like a creature reluctant to wake. I'm already half inside my own thoughts, cowl sealed, breathing filtered air that tastes of rubber and metal filings. The brass gear cat gave us 32 imperfect teeth now clicks in a cradle on the dashboard tied to sonar relay. Each time it completes a turn, the relay injects a prime number jitter into our acoustic signature, making the craft appear to Gotham Bay traffic as nothing more than drifting kelp. Variance rides shotgun even underwater. We glide beneath surface, cave ramp yawning behind like a throat that refuses words. Outside, salt water folds everything into hush. Turbines whir no louder than moth wings. Consoles dim to night-level blues. Heartbeats echo in helmet foam. I ping the target vault, coordinates precisely where ledger orbits predicted, and let the sonar paint its silhouette onto inner eye. Concrete cylinder sunk into silt. Drones asleep inside shipping coffin. Their warheads aren't explosive. They carry wideband harmonic sirens tuned by coordinator to drive a population into choreographed terror the moment they launch. Drones of rhythm, not missiles. Tonight we drown the choir before first rehearsal. Armor releases ballast. Sub settles in silt like wary cat. I exit through dorsal hatch. Finned boots pushing mud clouds. Water here is dark, heavy with iron filings from scrapyards upriver. I track vault seam with glove light, counting rivets to calm pulse. 4, 3, 5. At rivet 31 I find intake duct. Snowcaps anti-frost spheres hum and pouch at my waist. Their temperature just above crystallization so they won't shatter glassy at touch. I feed 3 into duct. They pulse violet, releasing micro runes that scramble internal thermostat. Vault registers sudden overheat and cycles sluice pump, flooding itself with bay water to protect cargo. Failsafe becomes invite. Armor threads detonator cord through hatch wheel. We retreat 10 meters. She taps trigger. A soft pop. Bubble plume. Door hinges yield like old knees. Inside the vault, drone coffins float, lids flexing under buoyant pull. I drift among them, urging breath slower than current. Each inhale a metered promise not to disturb silt. Numbers on crates glow faint. Roman numerals again, denoting target districts. 7, 8, 9. Downtown arteries. X. 11. The University Quarter. I trace finger over numeral 12. Think of the juvenile center boy who wrote, I plant electromunic seeds on each lid. Lucius's cadence cutters scaled to overload drone gyros if motors ever spin. Armor installs dampers near acoustic horns. Their mesh will distort any siren into gentle foghorn. We finish as subs clock, deliberately 8 seconds slow. Hits 0 mark for retreat. Back on bridge deck, the gear's imperfect rhythm keeps turning, skipping every 10th tick like Joker's light. We surface where harbor lights fret across rain puddles. Distant skyline looks almost tender,
windows glistening like undone sequins. I radio bitrate, choir drowned. He exhales relief that crackles speaker. Snowcap from tower confirms no new pulses riding grid. We dock before dawn. Alfred waits on ramp with towels warm from dryer. Herbal compresses for shoulders bearing night's wet gravity. His eyes inspect us for fractures, finding none. He collects gear from dashboard, sets it in tray lined with velvet as though it's reliquary rather than busted clue. I thank him without voice. Gratitude moves through shared silence. Cave empties. Monitors dimming to Starfield. I ascend to Manor Library. Palimpsest has left a note. Clock stable. Drones quiet. Dreams encouraged. Snowcap's frost rune lingers on window latch. Pattern thawing gem. Bitrate's tiny cricket drone sleeps in charging cradle. Lit amber pulse like heartbeat tamed. You arrive in narrative now, perhaps barefoot on night-cooled floor. I hand you that amber pulse, let it sink your breathing. Inhale on glow. Exhale on fade. 4, 3, 5. Picture submerged coffins now littered with harmless slag. Sirens muted by silt and mesh. Picture bay water closing over secret with soft hush. Heavier problems dissolved. Bedroom lamp whispers on dimmest notch. Rain subsides to tap eloquent with drip line. 1, 3, 2, 5. Never steady. Sheet welcomes me, muscles unspool. I invite you to feel mattress mimic harbor swell. Gentle rise under ribs, fall under knees. Unpredictable yet soothing. If memory conjures iron seabed or siren scream, drown it in imagined tide, turn to lullaby. Grandfather clock downstairs skips. Boiler answers low. The house practices its jazz again. Confident in off-tempo gospel, I trace bruise on forearm shaped like numeral IG. Crate corner souvenir. Press it. Release. Accept it as proof work was real. And is over. Let shoulders do same. Press tension. Release. Allow real to pass. I watch moon slice through curtain slats. Silver bars gentler than the first ones that caged cradle. Long ago, they fence nothing now. They are strings for nighttime harp, plucked by wind. Hearing them you might drift, each bar a note closing eyelid mime. 4, 3, 5, 4. Pulse drops to harbor tempo. Sleep, listener. Cadence cutters hum in quiet bay. Clocks roam their own imperfect orbits. And a boy in detention dreams without caped monster. I stay guardian of minutes you won't feel pass, counting skips between drips until dawn grazes pain. City exhales. We accept half-second loss with grin. Tomorrow may test new medium glass wind. Data dreams. But tonight water washes all plans away. I listen. Gear still turning half a tooth shy of perfect. And that is enough. The storm that flirted with Gotham Bay last night has slipped east, dropping one last ribbon of mist across the manor lawns before surrendering to dawn. In its wake, every surface gleams wet slate, wet roses, wet gargoyle cheeks, yet the air is strangely warm, the kind of hush that invites windows to stay open. Alfred has taken advantage. He's unlatched the long shutters in the music room, letting spring drift through corridors still scented with boiler steam. A handwritten note on the banister reads, "Fresh air cures tunnel lung." I lift it, smile, pocket it for nights when the cave's damp tries to calcify into melancholy. Down in the dining alcove I study the ledger. Cat chose not to give me. She left it on the balcony instead, weighted by a single gold doubloon. The Roman numerals once tracked orbit schedules. Now they lie overstruck by her pen, partial cipher solved. The rest left for me like unwrapped chocolate. I slide my thumb across paper, feel grooves where her script cut deepest. Chapter 13. Shipment cancelled. Gratitude disguised as flirtation. I am not naive. Debts rearrange, never vanish. So I knot the ledger with a silk ribbon and file it beside the boy's thank you letter. Drawer creaks shut.
A soft gavel closing court until new evidence. Let that be your first cue, listener. Imagine a drawer catching ceiling stray anxieties inside its cedar hush. 4 counts in, 3 hold, 5 release, 4 float drawer locked. Midday patrol is purely acoustic. Cricket drones fan across skyline mapping coordinators fallback frequency. Bitrate pipes samples into bone conduction comms so I can taste bandwidth through jaw. A peppery buzz at 18 hertz. A chalkier blip at 27. Nothing coalesces into tyranny. City's heartbeat keeps its arrhythmia. Good. I glide above South Channel Bridge, feeling heat reflux from asphalt as though roadway exhales confession. Yesterday's chaos was enough for now, yet peace breeds strange invitation. A steel guitarist on Grant Street has set up amplifier atop dumpster, strumming a melody that quotes my old 4-3-5-4 pattern but slides it sideways. I hover long enough to hear him bend notes into lullaby for passing pedestrians. No ill intent, just resin. Still, I tip grapple line once, leaving a coin stamped with bat motif in his guitar case. Variance must reward those who echo kindly. Back at cave entrance, the sun slouches, bleeding amber into stalactite drips. Bats wheel for first sortie, spiraling past me like soft knives. I kneel, touch river that carried drowned drones 2 nights ago. Water feels warmer, less metallic. Snowcaps anti-frost orbs have leached toxins. Microbes feast. I record temperature then stand, joints clicking like polite applause. Armor waits in forge corner, polishing submersible hull. She thumbs a new dent gift from Crab Trap Winch and asks if it stays or goes. Leave it, I say. Scars worn metal where it's been. She grins, filing edge smooth so it snags nothing, yet remembers everything. You might do same with your own day's bruises. Acknowledge. Sand retain. Before evening drills I draw curtains and study. Shape room into lantern cave for your rest. I place the old metronome on desk, but leave pendulum unlatched. Resting symbol not tyrant. Its face catches fireplace glow. Ticks 0. I slide cowl off head. Feel cool sweat dry across temples and let shoulders round for first time since dusk. My reflection in window glass overtakes skyline half warrior, half weary archivist. Alfred's reflection appears too, handing mug green tea. Hint of honeycomb. He withdraws without word. Silence gilds the moment. Now I shift narrative closer. Set tea on your nightstand within imagination reach. Steam curls, writing invisible sigils that break apart before meaning ossifies. Inhale that curl. 4 counts. Hold its warmth. 3. Exhale, letting script scatter. 5. Float. 4. I dim lamp to ember. Outside, owl hoots the wrong meter. Missing second note. I answer with soft tongue click, and it corrects itself. Worse this time. We share crooked duet until it flies off embarrassed or satisfied. Overhead grandfather clock issues stutter tick. Brass burr still unfixed. That flaw will pace our descent. Tick tick skip tick. Inhale, hold, exhale, pause. I settle on window seat, legs folded. Journal open but blank. Tonight I write nothing, letting day remain unsummarized. There is discipline and incomplete. I close book again. Another drawer for your mind to mimic. Click. If stray thunder of memory grumbles, gunshot echo, siren wail. Imagine it dissolving against damp roses outs. Rain left petals bowed like heads at vigil. Each stray drop sliding from leaf to earth carries fragment of noise away. Visualize a pearl of sound losing mass, hitting soil gone. Breath again. Boiler huffs downstairs but lightly. A baritone cat purring under floorboard. Bats return, one by one, early tonight, having found insects abundant at docks. Their wings brush air near attic vents, whispering soft applause. City neon dims. Even coordinators' watchers must sleep. You may sleep too. Slide beneath sheet. Feel hips sink.
Toes relax outward, spine imprints storyless line into mattress memory foam. The air outside window carries hints of salt, scaffold dust, and something sweet guitarist rosin perhaps, crossing miles to a light on sill. Let that faint fragrance label this night unique, never repeated. My eyelids grow heavy behind mask-shaped shadows on wall, candle stub gutters, flame bows. I whisper final mantra. 4-3-5-4. Boiler croons response. Pop, pop, rest. Grandfather clock ticks, skips, all align in noble misalignment. Cradle secure. Sleep listener. I perch at threshold, cape draped, counting bats like lullaby beads. Imperfect clocks guard door. Harbor tide holds breath. Till dawn I listen.
The sky over Gotham carries a violet bruise tonight, as if sunset forgot to finish healing before darkness stepped in. I watch from the manor's widow's walk, cowl tucked beneath arm, letting early stars flicker onto retinas still raw from sodium glare. 30 feet below, fireflies scrawl patient cursive over the lawn. Their light is never exact, always a question mark that decides halfway through to become a comma. I breathe to their rhythm. Inhale 4, hold 3, exhale 5, pause 4, until heartbeat loosens its grip on muscle. Behind me, window panes vibrate with the muffled rasp of Lucius sanding carbon panels. He refuses to sleep until new gauntlet grooves lose the burr that snagged on drone cabling last patrol. Snowcap stands at his side, fingertip etching frost whirls on cooling epoxy, each swirl disrupting molecular symmetry so panel won't ring at harmonic frequencies. Coordinator favors. Every ally has learned to lace mistakes into craft. Alfred calls from kitchen balcony that supper waits. Oat broth, turmeric and a slice of black bread, but mission tugs first. The cave radar shows a cluster of acoustic anomalies blooming in Midtown parking deck. Not coordinator's precision. These carry ragged, jagged shapes, echoes of a drum line nobody practiced. Street cams reveal a flash mob of teenagers armed with nothing but scavenged buckets, turning rhythmic protest into night carnival. Police assemble, confused which ordinance to enforce. I decide presence is unnecessary. City must learn small storms alone. I switch monitor to thermal buckets beat louder. Tempo stutters, eventually disperses into laughter. Noise is sometimes cure. I descend spiral stair where portraits breathe faint dust. A new frame hangs halfway down the cat's domino mask now mounted on charcoal backing. I pause, running knuckle along glass, tracing where her phosphorescent paw prints once glowed. Gratitude tingles, a reminder partnership needn't name itself to exist. You might have partnerships with memories too. Nod to them, then continue downward. In cave I suit up only halfway boots, gauntlets, but no cape. Tonight's patrol will be ground level, a walk more than hunt. I exit through East Service Tunnel, appear on Narrow's footbridge just as drizzle resumes. Water beads on gauntlet shell, each drop rounding itself into miniature world before slipping away. Across river a barge horn moans out of tune with fog bell. Their accidental duet calms graffitied alley rats who pause scavenging to listen. I pace planks slowly, counting warped boards. 13. Skip. 15. The gap where 14 once belonged reminds me that absence can steady as presence. I turn onto Back Bay Street, headlights scattering puddles into quicksilver mosaics. A woman kneels beside stalled scooter, cowl visor up, face weary not frightened. I offer silent help. She nods. Together we push vehicle under awning, spark plug wire corroded. I swap with spare from belt, gesture start, engine stammers then purrs lopsided, the good kind of imperfect. She thanks me in shy Spanish, drives off singing half-remembered lullaby. Harbor wind carries melody until only rhythm remains, gliding into city lattice like stray puzzle piece.
Tiny duties finish the night. Reseal junction box that hums at dangerous pitch. Reset traffic signal stuck on red for ghosts of car. Each fix injects slight randomness. Wire loosened half turn. Timer offset 2 seconds. So control systems never align too neatly. Gotham breathes easier with uneven lump. Back home, Lucius finally rests. Snowcap's rune frost gently sublimates, leaving swirls that will confuse forensic glossaries should anyone look. Alfred left broth covered by brass lid. It is still warm. I sip, feel turmeric remind veins they Journal waits. I write brief lines, bridge boards count 14 missing. Bucket choir cured tension. Scooter sings now. Ink blots bloom irregular. A signature of night's gentleness. Now I shift scene to you. Curtains part. Finger width. Drizzle perfumes. Room with petrichor. And faint diesel tang. The city's incense. Place one hand over sternum. Other over sheet. And breathe 4354. Imagine firefly commas tracing air above duvet. Each glow erasing one line of day's script. If hardened thought clings, drop it like faulty spark plug. River will tumble it smooth by dawn. Lamp dims to ember. Grandfather clock downstairs ticks. Skips. Ticks. Boiler in depths responds with low hum. Like drum decades out of practice yet still devoted. Roof gutter drips syncopation. These 3 sounds weave cradle song. Clock guides inhale. Drip marks hold. Boiler hum cues exhale. Then pause. Cycle repeats until muscles resign. I set journal aside. Lock clasp clicks softer than shy smile. Window remains open for imperfect breeze. Bats roost quiet. Drones charge silent. Gotham's bruise-colored sky lightens near horizon. False dawn lending violet edges to clouds. My eyelids dip. Yours follow. Sheet rises, lowers. Echo of harbor tide. Sleep now. I step back to Widow's Walk, counting fireflies on lawn and board gaps on bridge. Ensuring no rhythm gains dictatorship. City of crooked pulses guards your breathing. Rest. I listen.
The moon tonight is a thin brass shaving caught on the rim of Gotham's sky, bright enough to rim the clouds but not bold enough to threaten the dark. I watch it from the motor pool ramp while polishing the last of Lucius's cadence cutters. Their housings hum faintly, craving deployment, yet our perimeter sensors report only wind. Alfred says that means we won for now, and winning tastes suspiciously like waiting for the next mistake. I pocket the device anyway. Peace is a suit that never fits quite right. A courier drone swoops over the treetops, its nav lights flashing out of phase. An intentional stutter, Lucius programmed so I'd recognize friendly gear. The drone uncouples a capsule onto the gravel, and inside a single vinyl record. Sleeve stamped with a stylized K. No letter, no threat, just music. Bitrate spins it on cave deck. Stylus rides grooves carved with metronomic precision. 4/4. Bassline so rigid it feels like a drill. We listen, waiting for the subliminal spike. The buried command, none come. Coordinator has left us a gift that is only itself perfect rhythm with no payload. A taunt disguised as generosity. I answer by recording a counter mix. I sample the bat's pre-dawn chatter. Overlay Alfred's tea kettle whistle. Overlay the soft clack snowcaps frost makes when it fractures on warm glass. Layers of uneven truth. Bitrate presses vinyl in-house. Slips it into a blank sleeve. Labels it free to misalign. We load both records into the bat wing. And just before sunrise airdrop them in tandem over Gotham Commons. One perfect. One broken. City will choose which record to spin. After we release the vinyl, Armor and I fly lazy circuits above the botanical garden. Cherry trees skim the fuselage with pink shadows. From this height I see library roof still scarred where Mr. Freeze tried to repurpose skylights into cryoports last winter. Ice fragments remain, refusing symmetry as they fade. Imperfection is stubborn.
We give the streets back to morning commuters and glide home. Alfred meets us at hangar elevator with folded newspapers. Headlines praise last night's bucket drum protest for returning joy to Avenue storm once choked. No mention of bats or gears or drowned drones. Small mercy. I eat oatmeal at the kitchen island while window screens rattle dry after drizzle. Memory tries to push the alley scene again. Pearls scattering, but the spoon clinks bowl 3 separate times, each a wave against replay. I look up, meet my own reflection in microwave glass, cowl off, eyes rimmed by sleeplessness but steady. I remind the reflection of 4354, reflection nod, cave later. Palimpsest catalogs the newspaper reactions, chuckling at op-eds debating whether bucket rhythms are art or crime. When confusion writes the first draft, they say clarity gets to edit. Snowcap calibrates freezer to store vinyl safely. Frost glows violet under red safety lamps. Armor files a tiny burr-off gauntlet thumb stud. Humming off-key, bitrate teaches drones a new glide pattern shaped like question mark. I excuse myself, needed nowhere for the moment, and climb the eastern spiral to the tiny conservatory my mother once tended. Most plants died seasons ago, but one jade succulent persists. Leaves fat with memory of inattentive care. I water it, overwater a little. Succulents dislike such perfection. Watch droplets pool and scatter. Through warped glass panes I can see Wayne Tower haloed in morning haze. Window washers dangling like improbable insects. Their squeegees streak random arcs. Sun refracts, turning smears into transient rainbows. Even cleaning can be art. You arrive now, perhaps settling under blanket after 2 long days. I bring you that rainbow smear, close eyes. Imagine sunlight bent through imperfection, painting your ceiling in colors that slide away before you grow bored. Inhale 4, hold 3, exhale 5, pause. With each cycle let one hue fade. Red first, then orange, until only gentle twilight blue remains. Downstairs the grandfather clock stumbles, skipping its 7th tick. Boiler grumbles back. These are house's reminders. Symmetry is suspect. Let that reassure you. If rigid thoughts march in, picture those ticks and grumbles tripping them like uneven cobbles. March dissolves to stroll, stroll to stillness. I open conservatory window. Air enters smelling of loam and motor oil. It carries faint echo of the perfect record playing somewhere in the city. But wind drags tempo, warps it, slides notes into lopsided waltz. I set vinyl lathe on bench. Scratch fresh groove through silence. The hiss of Gotham breathing out. I dedicate it to you. Play it in imagination whenever heart insists on counting too strictly. Night will come again. Coordinator will design new geometry of sound. Cat will leave another puzzle. Drones will whine for direction. My wrists will ache under gaunt. But for this slice of morning, jade leaves glisten. House ticks benignly and your pulse needs sheet threads gentle. Return to breath. 4, 3, 5, 4. Let shoulders sink a millimeter deeper. Let jaw unclench enough to allow half smile. Grandfather clock skips, perfect. Sleep if you can, doze if only lightly. I will patrol vinyl skies, tune harbor foghorns off key, and count any pearls that dare spill. Imperfect guardianship is still guardianship. The only kind Gotham or either of us can trust. Rest. I listen, needle gliding over endless groove of crooked calm.
Afternoon sunlight slides down Gotham's facades in crooked ladders, every rung catching dust like glitter no mayoral budget can scrub. I shadow those ladders on foot, civilian clothes, jacket collar up to damp breeze. No cape, no cowl, just a man who owns the concrete he survived. Gotham lets me pass without bowing. Respect comes later when darkness paints my outline sharper. Now I'm me to loiter. First stop is Grant Street, the flea market that blooms on Sundays even when church bells crack. Vendors hawk cracked vinyl, mismatched teacups, glove boxes full of unsent postcards. I thumb through stacks, find 2 copies of Coordinator's perfect record already bootlegged to glossy purple wax. The seller doesn't know origin. He just likes how exact the beat feels. I buy both, then trade one away to a child drumming spoons on an overturned crate. His rhythm wanders gloriously. I tip a cadence cutter into the record sleeve before handing it over. Insurance disguised as gift. Second stop, Juvenile Detention Center. I promised the boy who wrote me I'd visit reading hour. No cape, only voice. Library smells of crayons and guarded hope. I choose a battered anthology of myths. Read aloud the tale of Hermes stealing Apollo's cattle by walking backward in their track. The boy laughs at trickery. Laughter rewires corners of the room. When hour ends, he slips me folded paper, a poem he's written. Justice walks crooked so fear can't follow. I tuck it beside Cat's ledger ribbon, 2 drawers for reasons now. Twilight finds me with Gordon on MCU. He nurses black coffee, reading City's Pulse and plume of steam. I hand him the other perfect record. Evidence? He asks. I shake head. Exhibit of what almost ruled us. He pockets vinyl, mutters something about turning it into ashtray. We stand silent until Haley Beacon blinks through haze. No symbol tonight, just red blink, heartbeat acknowledging mine. Cave hours later, Lucius's new gauntlets arrive. Surfaces stippled so rain can't sheet and freeze. I practice flick opening blades. Count half seconds between flex and lock. In my periphery, Snowcap sprays frost on the last purple LP, rendering grooves useless. The vinyl cracks with soft sigh sound of a threat-turning artifact. Bats scream overhead. Microphone array records their syllable. Bitrate map screeches into algorithm that will feed next night's police dispatch, injecting randomness into hold music so Coordinator can't piggyback timing codes again. Armor calibrates sonic dampers against fresh gauntlet metrics. Teamwork done in murmurs and quiet glove tap. We've learned orchestras win by refusing conductor. Shift ends earlier than habit. Climb manor stairs, boots echoing 1/2 beat off the usual because I skipped the 8th riser. Wood creaks too loudly. Bedroom lamp already glows. Alfred thoughtful with time. Window still cracked from dawn. Cicada drone angles through like distant applause. I undress, folding jacket with ceremony my father taught. Square shoulders, inward sleeves. Lay true but I cheat one fold, leaving cuff askew in homage to night's philosophy. Desk holds small metronome from library. Pendulum pinned so it cannot swing. I place poem on its base. Weight of paper enough to ensure stillness. Reading lamp reveals boy's hurried pencil letters lean, but none align. I sit on mattress edge. Roll neck until vertebrae pop soft decimals. Invite you to do same. Loosen hinge between thought and muscle. Breath in 4 counts. Let shoulders crest. Hold 3. Feel weightless pause. Exhale 5. Drop burden into quilt hollow. Float 4. Listen to cicadas stutter. Repeat. Drizzle begins again. Tapping gutter joint in triple beats. Then double. Refusing pattern. Outside a late train blares horn 3 shorts. 1 long conductor bored improvising. Inside grandfather clock skips expected stutter, adding new hiccup. House evolves its lullaby nightly. I slide beneath sheet. Fabric cool smelling of cedar shavings. Alfred places in linen chest. Imagine that scent. Listener, draw it to back of throat where memory often parks panic. Let cedar displace fumes of any harsher recollection. Picture drawer closing, poem safe. Ledger safe. Vinyl shards asleep. If your mind replays cattle thief Hermes or spoon drummer child, allow those images. Mischief heals. Should perfect beat intrude tap of fear or old gunfire. Counter with finger drum on mattress. 2, 1, 3.
2 pause. Imperfection saturates melody till threat dissolves. Eyes drift. Moon's brass shaving thins further, nearly gone. That's fine. Too much light invites precision. Shadows serve sleep. I whisper final watchword to boiler through floor. It purrs assent. Bats roost. Drones charge. Coordinator somewhere arranges fresh downbeat. But we've taught lungs to dance sideways. Sleep. I count drawer latches. Record cracks. Cicada slurs. Until your inhale joins the crooked choir. I listen. Sentinel in half dark. Wearing only the armor of patience. City breathes crooked. We rest.
The scent of rain has not yet faded when Alfred raps twice on the study door. A curt percussion that means urgent but not dire. I answer in shirt sleeves, pens still tucked behind both ears from ledger work. He hands me an envelope sealed with wax the color of iron filings. No insignia, only 3 diagonal slashes. Inside, a single Polaroid of Gotham's West Clock Tower. Minute hand bent backward so it points impossibly at 11 while the hour hand sits stubborn at 10. The graffiti at the base reads "Are waned or break." Coordinator has moved from sound to timepiece vandalism. Testing whether I will correct the city's clocks or let them drift into fracture. I pocket the photo, stride to cave. Armor already calibrates grapples for vertical stonework. Snowcap packs a satchel of frost-shot anchors that will freeze gearboxes in harmless limbo if needed. Bitrate cues cricket drones for night photos. Documentation is a layer of defense. Alfred presses thermos of coffee into gauntlet grip, squeezing knuckles in fatherly misdemeanor. Midnight finds me crouched on the copper gutter of the West Clock Tower. Cowl lenses dimmed to avoid reflection. Wind smells of hot tar and the greasy underside of carousel horses from the riverfront carnival. 3 blocks east, I hear distant laughter warped by Doppler as rides spin. Below, minute hand groans under added weight. Coordinator has bolted a counterweight to coax mechanism into reverse. Every tick tries forward, fails, shudders. I rappel down. Cape snapping once before settling against stone. My gauntlet socket fits over bolt heads. With each counter turn I whisper 4-3-5-4. The rhythm steadies gear teeth. Persuades tension spring to accept rightful course. When last bolt drops I leave it wedged in mortar. Imperfection reminder. And tag gearbox with snowcap's frost runes so any future tampering jams to safe halt rather than rewind. On ledge I find a portable speaker the size of a prayer book. It emits silence for 22 seconds. Then one perfect chime at 4,000 hertz, too high for most ears. But pigeons wheel in startled arcs. Message received. I can still conduct. I clip the speaker to belt. Later we'll remix it into kindness. Return flight skims carnival lights. I pause on Ferris wheel axle, unseen, letting gondolas revolve under boots. Children trade shrieks for wonder as city spins behind them. Their laughter is inconsistent. Good. I picture you beneath comforter, perhaps hearing distant fair music filtered by rain-spattered window. Let it play off-key through glass. Inhale to distant drum. Hold through Calliope wheeze. Exhale past cymbal hiss. Pause into quiet. Back in cave. Armor files minute hand metal for fingerprints. Bitrate isolates chime wave. Discovers it hides nothing but perfect A-flat. We laugh. An overture without payload. Arrogance pure. Snowcap encapsulates tone in frost crystal. Increasing randomness. So note detunes each playback. Palimpsest logs graffiti font into archive titled threats that suggested choice. I ascend to manor parlor heavy with exhaustion woven of fine threads. Not bruises. Mental weight that settles between shoulder blades. Fire in hearth barely clings. Embers glow like aircraft lights seen through. I collapse into chaise.
still in suit trousers but toes curl into rug's wool knots. I open poem drawer, slide in Polaroid, envelope joins stack under ribbon, drawer closes, click gentle as heartbeat. Now I borrow your room, curtains breathe with wind. Radiator clicks in inconsistent bursts. I set the clipped speaker on your nightstand. It waits 22 seconds. Chimes A flat. No payload. Only tone. Immediately snowcaps frost crystal answers from pocket. Bending frequency into softer G. You perceive only faint gong-turned lullaby. Picture clock tower, minute hand releasing strain. Gears aligning then relaxing. 4 counts inhale as gear teeth interlock. 3 hold while spring settles. 5 release, letting mechanism coast. 4 pause, silence where future tick might hide. Repeat. Sheets warm against calves. Roof gutter begins new drip pattern. 3 then 2 then none. Mirroring carnivals closing for night. If anxiety rewinds memory. Alley pearls perfect tempo. Remember bolt left in mortar. Flaw on purpose. Imperfections jam tyranny. Grandfather clock downstairs skips again. But tonight skip itself stutters, becoming new rhythm within rhythm. House is learning deeper syncopation. Boiler purrs lower. Saturated with heat from earlier brew. Outside Ferris wheel powers down. Calliope silences. But wind resurrects fragments in toy box time. Notes wobbling like reflections in puddle. Lids heavy. Cowl hangs on wall hook. Lenses dim. I picture bats reading dawn forecast in ultrasonic gossip. Ready to roost. Overlook window shows violet bruised sky almost healed. Turning pale gray. Healing needn't finish by sunrise. The scar can stay lesson. 4 3 5 4. Once more. I feel shoulders melt. Heartbeat wander forgiving path. Your breath should follow. No race. Let mind drift to mechanical dreams. Gears counting seconds that never align. Hands pointing different times but still marking resilience. Sleep. I watch. Minute hand moves forward. Never perfectly, always enough. Coordinator may set new pulse tomorrow. Tonight. Silence owns stage. Applause withheld until imperfection fans out like confetti across this bruised sky. Rest under it. I listen.
The clock tower's minute hand is honest again. Yet somewhere just beyond the manor's hedgerow I sense rhythm plotting its return. It starts as a feeling behind the temples, a phantom pressure like someone plucking the same piano key in a neighboring room. I let it hang, unwilling to chase shadows until they show their edges. Alfred notices the pause in my fork, baked oats cooling mid-bite. So he adds cinnamon and says the simplest spell he knows. Not everything needs immediate repair, sir. He's right. Sometimes you document the strain before tightening the screw. I retreat to the greenhouse, letting late spring humidity beat across forearms like sweat that doesn't belong to me. The jade succulent glows almost predatory after yesterday's overwatering. A single droplet clings to its leaf tip, falls in a lazy arc, and lands on the wood bench with a note 2 hertz shy of a heartbeat. Good. Nature keeps variance. I practice the breath behind it. Inhale 4, hold 3, exhale 5, float 4, until ribs feel like unlatched shutter. Lucius summons me to the workshop. On the bench lies a dismantled wristwatch I left there months ago, the brass pocket watch my father carried when courting my mother. Lucius has soldered a cadence cutter chip where the cracked mainspring once sat. Now, each time the second hand lurches, the chip introduces a micro stall, never the same length twice. He offers it back as talisman against perfect time. I pocket it without words, the metal plates warm against pulse. Night folds in, soft as turning pages. Cricket drones launch, mapping acoustic tide lines between skyscrapers. Bitrate's readout paints heat map blobs. mostly harmless, except a crimson knot centered on an abandoned steel mill south of the Tri-Corner Bridge. Frequency analysis shows a perfect, unwavering 60 Hz hum, industrial current, shaped into lullaby for machines. I call armor. We suit up but leave capes behind. The mill's gantries would tangle them like fishing nets. We arrive via catwalk, boots landing in rust dust. The hum vibrates through soles, climbing tibias before blooming behind sternum. Snowcaps, frost orbs dampen some, but core tone persists, radiating from a bank of shipping containers wired to a hydro generator scavenged from river flow. Each crate houses drone chassis, not siren models. These are hammers, pneumatics meant to pound rooftops at sub-audio rates, turning entire neighborhoods into giant metronomes. Coordinators' escalation force the city to dance by rattling its rafter. Armor plants shape charges for controlled implosion of generator. I move among crates, tagging each hammer with Lucius's variable timing fuses. They won't explode. They'll misfire, delays cascading until rhythm dies of its own stutter. While I work, I whisper numbers 4, 3, 5, 4. The hammers answer like stubborn pupils, clicks slipping, tempo unraveling. Generator overloads, shutting itself down to protect circuitry. The hum dies, replaced by tin roof rain. We leave one container untouched. Inside it, a chalkboard covered in coordinators' time signatures. On the steel door I etch with gauntlet tip a single word: quiet. Message, not Back in the cave, armor stores recovered parts for study. Bitrate overlays tonight's heat map atop yesterday's, humming approval at shrinking red zones. Snowcap scribes frost spiral on mill blueprint, sealing it as closed chap. Palimpsest receives an anonymous packet, another poem from the detention center boy. This one shorter, better clock stream crooked, signed only with his initials. I tack it above the ledger, drawer getting full. At Manor I pause outside music room. The grand piano still whispers dust motes beneath lid. I open fallboard, strike a chord, D minor, then slide fingers to F sharp. An interval coordinator would despise. The sound lingers unevenly, pedal catching half, releasing half. I leave it hanging, unmitted, and shut lid on echo. Now I cross threshold into your night space. Window open, thumb width. Breeze carries river iodine and carnival sugar. I set father's watch on your bedside, lid open. Second hand stutters, tick, pause, tick. Never settling. Its soft irregularity becomes your breath conductor. Inhale, on tick. Hold through first pause. Exhale during second. Float until next tick. 4, 3, 5, 4. If stray hum tries to commandeer lungs, let the watch outlaw precision with every misstep. Sheets cool against skin. Weight pulls as gentle anchor. Roof gutters drip but not in sync. Radiator clicks but misses a beat. Grandfather clock downstairs hiccups twice. This orchestra salutes your right to drift without marching order, even if dream arrhythmia sends memories in staggered frames. Alley flash, bat wing, drone hum. Answer with the stutter tick and watch fob. Chaos is shield tonight. My armor stands drying, gauntlets open like book spines. Bats roost early, sated by insect feast above rift. Boiler pops once, then remembers to rest. I recline in reading chair outside your doorway, cowl on lap, journal closed, entry unwritten so day remains mutable. If thunder arrives I'll phase shift it with glacier memory. If Colne Cathedral chime tries perfect pitch, I'll bend it with jade leaf drip. Sleep now. Let violet bruise of sky fade inside eyelids. Watches miss tick, guide voyage. I listen, counting the random sails of your dreaming heart, standing ready to cut any line that tries to tether you to strict time. Imperfection holds you, rest within it. The first orange of dawn touches Gotham like a cautious fingertip. and I am still in the chair outside your door. Journal unopened. Father's watch ticking its satisfied stammer on the nightstand. I've dozed in drifting burst. 20 breaths here, the hiss of a radiator there, but never farther than the half-dream, where I count your quiet inhales against the house's forgiving clocks. When your pulse slides into deeper cadence, I rise, leaving the veil of sleep draped over you like a cape cut from very thin twilight. Hallway boards creak a low descending scale as I pad toward the study. The sound is familiar enough that portraits don't flinch. They merely tilt their historical patience in my direction. At the landing, a breeze from the greenhouse sweeps warm jasmine up the staircase, folding itself around me with the easy confidence of an old friend. Jade leaves flash silver under grow lamps, water droplets trembling on each rim. One bead falls, strikes the copper shelf, whispers that imperfect second of resonance. I borrow it for later. Cave lift sighs open on dimmed fluorescent. Armor stoops over a disassembled grapnel head, inspecting claw joints for the micro-pitting that foretells catastrophic slips. Bitrate leans at console, headphones half on, mapping civilian social feeds for any rumor of last night's mill. Nothing surfaces except a thread titled "Who Left a Clock Door Tagged Quiet." The city's rumor mill spinning yarn without context. Good. Snowcap dozes in rolling chair, forehead pressed to drink-rimmed notepad where frost glyphs keep smudging their own edge. I lift blanket onto her shoulders, condensation ghosts swirl, then vanish. On my station table lies a parcel, a rough-hewn wood box sealed by jute twine and a brass latch that lacks tumbler. No postmark. Under lid, a single slate tile the size of a paperback. Across its face, white chalk line swings back and forth, vanishing at one edge, reappearing at the other as if the board itself projects living pendulum. Coordinator's handwriting below. If rhythm can't own the city, perhaps shadow of rhythm will. A clever escalation. Remove the beat yet leave its visual ghost to coax the mind. I tip the slate. Chalk stroke flickers, then stops. The illusion was powered by magnet hidden in frame. Nothing sinister beyond suggestion. Still, suggestion can recruit nightmare. I slide tile into a pouch lined with Lucius's dampers before it can mesmerize another pair of eyes. Alfred descends with tea service balanced and unspilled. He surveys the quiet, approves silently. He pours 2 cups, mine strong, his weaker, and we stand amid sleeping drones, hospitality clashing gently with hardware. Steam curls like the chalk pendulum tried to, yet this vapor never repeats the same arc twice. We drink until cups empty. Alfred takes slate tile without comment. I trust he'll file it where our other relics of near tyranny rest. Outside lift again. I step into garden still pearled by dew. A wren hops along stone border, tail beating asymmetric applause. I mirror its bounce down the path. Boots leaving prints that will dry into random constellations before noon. At greenhouse door I find cat's latest calling card, not mask, not coin, only a kitten's playing bell sealed inside envelope. Shake it, and nothing jingles. Clapper remove. Message clear. We'll talk when silence suits us. I tuck bell into pocket with chalk ghost. Mid-morning signals filter through comms. No grid anomalies. No rhythmic drones. The city lurches through rush hour on its usual uneven legs. I decide patrol can wait. Instead I open the music room windows. Alfred praised, letting May air shuffle sheet music. I sit at piano, depression still in bench where mother once balanced perfume bottle. I press a single key, the broken A-flat coordinator admire. It lingers just long enough to touch memory, then decays crooked. I follow with minor 7th. Then a pause measured in 4-3-5-4 breaths. The chord progression settles into lullaby for daylight. Audience of no one but you are likely stirring now.
eyelids catching brighter slices under curtain hem. Bring the piano's staggered notes with you. Inhale when first tone fades. Hold while silence widens. Exhale through second. Float while dust motes drip. Repeat until joints loosen and brain shucks stubborn echo of dreams. If thoughts press rigid agendas upon you, imagine chalk pendulum lost its magnet. Line frozen midair before crumbling beneath its own precision. Grandfather clock below leaps its habitual skip. Boiler responds with soft metallic yawn. Even the kitten bell in my pocket emits phantom jingle as I pace. Clapper or not. Acoustics of imagination threading gap. I prepare simple breakfast. Oats again but overstirred into lopsided swirls so no spoonful tastes the same. Alfred feigns disapproval, then adds turmeric pinch exactly off center. Back in hallway I pause at window. Sky's bruise has faded to pale linen. Moon shaving gone. The city hum rises through bricks like distant applause of many hands never in sync. I accept applause though I know it isn't for me. It's for survival, but survival's rhythm also deserves conductor. And sometimes conductor must refuse baton. I return piano key to rest. Close lid gently. House exhales. Cape remains on hanger, gauntlets cooling. For this slice of the 24, Gotham polishes itself with offbeat choir. Pigeons tapping roof tin. Elevators missing floor chimes. Children improvising crosswalk hops. No perfect line binds them. We earned this hush. Keep, slide back under sheet if you wish. Or simply sit with mug. Letting breath wander off meter. I stand watch from garden bench. Pocket watch ticking its lurching cadence. Bell silent. Tile neutered. Should rhythm's shadow creep again, we'll redraw boundary. Until then, rest into morning's gentle discord. I listen. Counting heartbeat spikes that never land where habit expects. Imperfection hold.
Dusk pours itself over Gotham, in bruised streaks of mulberry and rust. Sky thick as clotted ink. From the manor terrace I watch every color slip, 2 degrees off hue. Sunset is learning variance too. Down on Crest Hill, street lamps flicker at inconsistent intervals. A Morse improvisation that sets pigeons wheeling like shuffled cards. I breathe 4 counts, hold 3, exhale 5, pause 4. Each pause feels longer tonight, as if the hour itself is stretching before entering dream. Alfred appears at my elbow holding a wicker basket. Inside, garden tomatoes swollen from last week's rain, each one a sphere of imperfect scar tissue, where hail kissed skin. Sauce, he declares, then is gone. Shoes silent. The scent of vine green lingers, reminding me city hearts bruise yet ripen. The cricket drones report nothing but carnival music drifting wrong tempo across river, so I grant myself a quiet patrol. No suit, only jacket and the cadence-cut pocket watch ticking its missteps at my belt. I take the motorcycle, engine tuned to burble unevenly. Muffler valve skips every 8th spark so traffic sensors mistake it for distant thunder. Downtown, the new tram line glides overhead, its wheels squeal microtonally at curve. An accidental trumpet note. Beneath, a busker plays steel drum atop milk crate. His rhythm stumbles, then finds a swagger that draws coins. I drop a token. Lucius's latest microjammer disguised as subway token. Its sole purpose to broadcast 1 extra millisecond of delay into any nearby sequence. The busker grins, unaware he has become guardian. My route bends to Gotham Memorial. Marble stairs slick with drizzle. In alcove 10 I kneel before bronze plaque bearing my parents' name. The plaque is polished weekly. Perfection I rarely disturb. But tonight I press fingertip on second O of Thomas, leaving smudge, a reminder even loss gains patina. Rain soon erases it. Good. Comms crackle with Armor's voice soft. She and Snowcap spotted low-level thieving at harbor warehouses. 3 teenagers pilfering canned peaches. No weapons. No threat.
She lets them go after making them carry entire crate to homeless shelter. I approve with one syllable. Field jacket collar lighten. Back home, tomato sauce simmers. Alfred hums a hymn deliberately off-key so wooden spoon becomes baton of chaos. Palimpsest reads boy's latest poem aloud. Notes that slip still reach ears that need them. We clap quietly. Poem finds drawer. Night deepens. I climb attic stair where insulation muffles city roar. There Lucius has installed the prototype StarNet. Mesh of optic fiber threaded through skylight frame, projecting aurora-like scatter onto rafters. It runs on algorithm of prime number pulses. No strobing pattern repeats before dawn. I lie beneath. Boots off and let light crawl over ceiling beams. Bats flit through beams. Silhouettes puncturing kaleidoscope. I invite you here now. Imagine roof above bed dissolving to attic sky. Threads of teal and gold wandering. Let eyes track one strand until it fades. Then another breath follows wandering. Inhale as strand curves. Hold at its peak. Exhale as it dims. Pause when darkness reclaims. Pocket watch ticks. Skips. Boiler downstairs answers with sigh. Grandfather clock stays mute this hour as if listening. Rain softens. Returning petrichor through window crack. Sheet cools where moonlight brushes ankle. Should memory jackhammer sirens. Gun pops. Replace with spoon tapping pot lid 3 slow times. Irregular. If perfect beat pursues. Feed it tomatoes simmer bubble pop. Unpredictable. Aromatic. I drift near sleep. Journal still blank in lap. Decide to leave page empty. Ink only date. Some days deserve silence for record. Close cover. Latch clicks. A hush ceiling. Uncertainty inside leather. Below, city midnights. Harbor cranes creak random salute. Tram squeal slows into lull. Buskers drum distant thud. Now raindrop twin. I rise. Extinguish attic mesh with palm print. Residual stars ghost across vision. Descend steps ghost feet past portraits nodding approval. In room you breathe slower. Watch ticks. Tick skip tick. I lay sword calloused hand on door frame. Vow to haunt threshold till dawn. Moon slides behind smokestack turns ash white. Street lamp stutter enters pillow loft. Paints dots on wall like constellation of forgiven errors. Sleep. Listener. My jacket still smells of vine green and two-stroke. Bats settle. Sauce cools making kitchen air sweet. City offbeat heartbeat covers you. I listen. Counting pulses that never settle. Grateful. Imperfection endures.
I wake to a light too pale for sunrise, a pewter wash sliding across the bedroom ceiling. For half a breath I mistake it for morning fog, until father's watch on the nightstand hiccups its offbeat tick and I recall the attic mesh is dark, skylight should be ink. I sit up, the glow leaks through the cracked window, rhythmic pulse, pause, pulse, too regular to be lightning, too subtle for searchlight. Coordinator testing a new canvas. I dress in the hush, soft shirt, softer boots. No armor yet. On the landing I meet Alfred, already alert, tray angled like shield. He's felt the glow too. Silver flashing against library shelves, turning gilt titles to Morse. North Lawn, he murmurs, and I nod, taking only the cadence-cut watch and a slim grapple. No cape. The night asks for smaller gestures. Outside, dew beads flicker in synchronized shimmer. Each blade of grass becomes pixel in a great meadow screen, displaying a monochrome wave that rolls toward the tree line. Resets, rolls again. Projectors. No tiny LEDs nestled at stem bases. Thousands pulse-coded at perfect intervals. On the gravel path sits a cedar box, lid ajar. Inside a metronome pendulum, but no body, just the weight swinging on a filament from a tuning fork pitched to silent middle C. Message. Your ground can belong to the grid too. I pluck filament, weight stills. LEDs blink once, twice, then drift out of unison. Lucius's watch chip in my pocket, spraying jitter across spectrum. Meadow returns to darkness. Just damp grass again. I gather 3 LEDs for analysis. Leave the rest as lessons for worm. Back in cave by hatchlight. The trait dissects diodes, discovers no transmitter. Only quartz timing crystals, slave to remote field placed who knows where. Snowcap rigs frost loop through ground wire at manor perimeter, seeding harmless phase noise into soil so no clock can find foothold. Alfred opens windows wider, airing out residue of perfect strobing. The house inhales, coughs once, settles. We convene at briefing table. Armor proposes rooting riverbank reeds with fluorescence counters to flag future soil intrusion. Palimpsest, half dreaming, sketches maze of minute hand arrows. Gotham's map redrawn by latent beats. I tap page, point to warehouse district, likely field source. Night still young enough. Suit on, this time cape. The glide to warehouses tastes of damp copper. Roof vents, exhale bakery yeast and hot iron together, a scent like city bread baking over forge. I land on corrugated tin, cadence cut watch at belt thumping syncopated encouragement. Below, storage units doorless humming. Inside I find no electronics, just sacks of quartz sand poured into concentric spirals on cement, each spiral traced with luminous paint that flashes weakly as my shadow crosses. Low-tech, high-intent, resonance floor mat, Earth's Schumann echo, tuned up to coercive precision. A single breath of prime number jitter would break it. I kneel, pour handful of sand from one spiral to another, jagged stroke through symmetry. I hum 4 counts in, 3 hold, 5 out, 4 float. Sand brightens, then dims. Spirals forget what they were meant to be. I repeat pattern until floor looks like coastal tide scribble. On far wall I chalk 2 words, buggered clocks. Humor can be a valve. Armor radios success with read sensors, watchdog seeds planted. Snowcap reports lawn LEDs offline, frozen into harmless dew jewel. I step outside warehouse, cape heavy with damp, and catch a hint of saxophone wandering broken blues from River Pier. Improvisation already returning to streets. Ride home slow, tires whisper puddles. Watch ticks obedient chaos. Manor windows glow candle, no LED. Alfred's silhouette at sink, rinsing teacup. He nods as I enter, offers bowl of late-night tomato soup, bits of hail-scarred fruit still visible, floating like red moons. I spoon one, bite skin, taste sun stored in imperfection. I climb stairs, find your door, candle on dresser, gutters projecting ovals on ceiling. I set quartz diode on sill, let it glint once before dark. Pocket watch joins it, ticking lopsided. These tiny noises replace meadow strobe kinder. Human, lie back now. Sheets remember body. Welcome wake. Breathe with watch tick for inhale. Pause for hold. Talk stretched for exhale. Second pause weightless. If your mind replays silver grass or spinning pendulum, imagine handful of sand scuffed across picture. Pattern gone. Only beach remains. Grandfather clock hitches downstairs, boiler response. Rain chooses not to return. Bats roost. Drones charge. Reeds sway unseen. Cities bruise, colors fade toward dawn. Gold not yet born. My eyelids follow gravity. Yours too. We rest in unlit meadow of safe darkness. Knowing soil now murmurs gentle nonsense beneath us. Sleep. I stand sentinel between ticks, breaking any line that dares straighten. Imperfection holds. Morning smolders behind Gotham's skyline when I slide the cowl from my eyes and realize I never quite surrendered to sleep. only drifted in shallow eddies, counting your breaths against the boiler's shy percussion. The cadence-cut watch on the sill keeps up its broken tick. But a new sound threads the room, faint clinking, glass on stone, repeating twice, pausing, repeating once. I find a pebble on the floor, still cool from night air. Outside on the gravel drive, Selena stands in rain-slick leather, flicking another pebble between finger and thumb like a gambler daring odds. She arches a brow and mouths, "Breakfast run," then disappears into head shade, leaving only a velvet pouch at the door. Inside the pouch, a single lens from a jeweler's loupe, edges ground flat so it can never focus. Beneath it a note, "Perfect magnification sees only prison." Scramble the view. Coordinator taunts with pendulums. She counters with blurred vision. A reminder that clarity without kindness is surveillance. I pocket lens beside the watch. Their mismatched rhythms clack like dice against hip. As I descend the stair, Alfred already occupies the kitchen. Whisk tracing non-pattern swirls through eggs. Tomato sauce from last night simmers again, now glossier, richer. Imperfections thicken overnight. We share silent breakfast while sun reaches uncertainly across slate. When I finish, Alfred produces a city council agenda proposal to retrofit public sirens with synchronized test tones. He taps date column, public hearing in 9 hours. Coordinator's fingerprint glows there in absence. Precision creeping into civic paperwork is invitation enough. The suit rides light today, gauntlets smelling of graphite and river wind. I park the bat cycle 2 blocks from Council Hall. Jacket thrown over armor plates, stepping into administrative quiet exactly as janitorial staff mop marble corridor. The committee chamber hums with fluorescent wine tuned to 60 Hz. Dangerous frequency. I follow wires into basement utility vault, where a rack of temp siren drivers leach power from municipal grid. Each driver cycles same perfect tone. Inaudible for now, ready for evening citywide drill. I slit main ribbon cable, slip Lucius's microstall device into splice tone, instantly wavers, acquiring quiver-like breath after sprint. Committee upstairs will hear nothing, yet tonight's drill will cough rather than sing. On exit stair I brush shoulders with a clerk reading testimony aloud. Practicing, she stumbles each second sentence, brain refusing rehearsal metronome. I murmur, keep the pauses, and continue. Mid-afternoon brings me to the juvenile facility. Poetry hour again. The boy reads his latest lines. We measured the hallway and found it longer when we all walked off beat. Staff applaud, some confused. I gift him the jeweler's lens. For spotting flaws I say, not a... He holds it to eye, everything warping. He laughs because doorway now bends like rubber. That warp may save him when the world demands straight lines. Back at the manor window, shades half drawn. Lucius waits with 3 prototype street lamp chips that inject random blink delays each duck. We test one in the cave. Quartz arc tube shines, sputters, shines, creating soft Morse. No codebook recognizes. Snowcap etches frost rune on housing so no future technician can restore exact rhythm. We box chips for midnight installation. Evening lingers, gold burning down to brass. I find you in imagination sipping something warm, perhaps tea that remembers leaves it once held. I offer tonight's talisman, picture that warped jeweler's lens hovering above your pillow. Through it, any rigid image, alarm clock digits, calendar squares, ripples like pond under soft stone. Inhale 4 counts while digits blur. Hold 3 while picture melts. Exhale 5 as edges soften. Float 4 letting scene remake itself kinder. Grandfather clock downstairs ticks, skip, ticks. New burr Alfred claims he cannot locate. Boiler exhales cinnamon from morning sauce residue. Outside, the first street lamp we modified flicks on, hesitates, blinks twice, then settles. A firefly congregation imitates without knowing source, whole hedge sparkling at wrong times, perfect plan foiled by living I stand doorway vigil, suit peeled to undershirt.
Pocket watch still ticking its stagger. If your mind summons silver lawn LEDs or flawless siren sweep, lift jeweler's lens between thought and eye. Let tremor smear intent. Hear boy's hallway measurement. Hear Selena's blurred view. Imperfection bulwark remains. Sheets accept weight. Mattress dimples. Curtained room inhales meadow damp. Sneaking from window crack. Bats overhead furl wings. Drones pulse. Amber. City council breaks for dinner. Unaware new siren drivers have caught fatigue. I whisper final mantra. 4, 3, 5, 4. Your pulse copies watches stammer, then drifts slower. Sleep. I patrol variance pathways counting firefly mistakes. Clipping perfect lines from agenda margins. Boiler hum fades. Clock misses tick. Offbeat peace holds.
Mid-morning begins with rain that never quite makes up its mind. Large drops spaced so wide they feel like distant cousins, each arriving late to a reunion. I stand on the manor portico counting the intervals, listening for pattern coordinator could twist, but every drop chooses its own landing. Good. I let water beat on gauntlet's carbon knuckles until surface tension breaks, then flick the droplets into rosebed soil. Petals close glouse them like tiny vaults of secret asymmetry. Inside, Alfred hands over City Hall minutes. Last night's siren test glitched exactly as planned. Tones staggered. Lights blinked off tempo. Emergency text crawl arrived 3 seconds early. Chaos small enough to make the public shrug. Large enough that console shelves the sync tone ordnance pending further study. We mark the margin with a crooked paperclip and file it in drawer labeled Rhythms Refused. Lucius calls from R&D loft. Nightwing radioed that Bloodhaven saw coordinated drone buzzes over Marina. Same chassis we drowned in Gotham Bay. Remnants sold at scrap auction resurrected by bargain engineers. He's neutralizing with jitter firmware, but heme lingers. We agree to ship extra cadence cutters east at dusk. Afternoon rides by in honey-slow increments. Snowcap sculpts frost labyrinth along library pane. Each turn a wrong angle. Armor repolishes grapples, deliberately leaving micro fork marks so cable slides scream the tiniest vibrato. Bitrate retunes drones to weave figure-8 patrol routes rather than circles. Even the jade succulent gets trimmed unevenly. Asymmetry cultivates health. At dusk, Cat leaves another silent page. A subway ticket whose magnetic strip has been sliced diagonally so scanner chokes. On the back she's drawn a cat sprawled across a rigid metronome, tail flicking the pendulum into erratic swings. Underneath, northbound track 6, holds a gift you should break. Simple directions. Cowl down, jacket up. I take the elevated line, footing light across girder shadows. Track maintenance lamps hiss, strobing sodium patches onto gravel. At mile marker 24 a maintenance cart idles. On it, inside suitcase wired to rail tie sprung to discharge a bar of ferrocerium each 5 ticks, sending electric pulses traveling rail like spinal commands. I slide cadence cutter under battery harness. Its random micro draw stutters circuit. Pulses misfire then die. I sever detonator, toss ferro bar into drainage ditch where water cools spark hunger. I leave suitcase lid open so the operator sees defeat the moment flashlight cone lands. On tie plate I chalk cat's drawn pendulum tail curled metronome toppled. Message return. Ride home on cycle damp wind tasting of iron rails. Pocket watch ticks uneven comfort against rib. Moon hides behind billboard haze letting city neon paint clouds plumb. Roofline pigeons shuffle roost, each claw step adding wrong accent to night's score. Cave welcomes with Vanta dark hush. Bats swirl nearly silent, sonar gossip sounding like distant camera shutters. I peel gloves, slip watch into velvet nest.
Palimpsest is there, eyes glassy from scrolls. They've cross-indexed freight schedules with drone auctions. Locating next shipment 2 nights out. We nod. Drawer awaits another refusal. Alfred meets me at study threshold, offering glass of milk warmed with clove. Simple, restful. He corrects tie, though I'm not wearing one, a phantom habit. We share there and gone smiles, the kind reserved for battles won so quietly no headline fits. You're already in bed, perhaps phone dimmed. Readiness for sleep like an unlatched door. I cross threshold of narrative, set pocket watch on your table. Tick skip tick becomes new love. Imagine subway rail no longer humming perfect miles. Instead each tie sings different note. Safe discord under city boots. Inhale 4 counts, hold 3, exhale 5, float 4. Let each float be tie plate, gap tie plate, track that leads nowhere harmful. Curtains breathe. Rain resumes, the spaced cousin drops, now knocking mild syncopation against sill. Grandfather clock utters its signature stumble. Boiler rumbles once deep in bones, then rests. Roof gutter accepts drizzle, drip, triplet, pause, drip. House, city, sky all play jazz tonight. If stray thought demands march tempo, memories of pearled alley of immovable pendulum raise cat's ticket in mind. Magnetic strip split, scanner fails. Rhythm fractures, memory queued for review never arrives. Smile at that bureaucratic absurdity. Exhale. I fold into chair outside door, journal unopened again. Some nights need no ink, only witness. Armor's gauntlet clang fades. Lucius's parts inventory scrolls idle green. Snowcaps frost melts noiseless on sill. Bats roost. City hum dips 1 octave low. You drift sheets slow wave. Breath elongated. Sleep. I count rail ties, miss ticks. Cousin raindrops. Until dawn slides first sketch of color across bruised plum clouds. Imperfection holds the line. I listen.
The sky keeps promising rain, but delivers only a dense metallic haze that lays itself across Gotham like a lid. I spend the afternoon on rooftops anyway, jacket collar up, watching 1,000 mirrored windows catch the sullen sun and fling it down in flashes too precise to be accidental. Each glare lands on the riverside promenade at exact 20-second intervals, strobing pedestrians into jittery marionettes who can't decide whether to squint or look away. Coordinator has traded sound for light, turning the city into a slow camera shutter that never clicks. I trace the reflections to a half-renovated high-rise where every blind's cord now spools through servo boxes slaved to micromotors. Perfect timing until I cut one motor wire and slip Lucius's jitter chip between the contact. The blinds lurch out of sync at once, sunlight splintering into harmless randomness. Across the promenade, squinting stops. People resume walking with that subtle sway bodies find when no external beat commands heel strike cadence. I leave a single pane untouched, scratching a crooked line across the glass so the next precision scheme can't mount there, a flaw donated to architecture. On my return, the harbor smells of wet iron and cotton candy carnival again, though no booths stand today. Armor radios that blued heaven drones have begun coughing their own rhythms into silence. Nightwing's grateful for the cadence cutters. Snowcap reports read sensors reading only wind whistle and gull complaint. Calm. Then. But we know calm is draft before it. Back at the manor gate I find a length of film strip knotted to the hinge. Every frame shows Cat's silhouette upside down, cape forming question marks, ink on leader. Some stories develop better in the dark room. Check the abandoned cinema before midnight. I pocket the strip. The cadence cut watch thumps agreement against thigh. We'll answer later. Dinner is Alfred's tomato clove soup reheated to something richer, spooned into bowls whose glaze is crazed with fine hairlines. He likes them because perfect china rings too sharply. We eat quietly, steam fogging study glass until outside world blurs. Palimpsest arrives with new poem from the boy. Even stopped clocks dream their dancers.
It joins the drawer's growing choir of gentle misalignments. Night slides in like graphite over vellum. I suit up light, no cape yet. Take the cycle to the boarded majestic cinema. Its marquee letters half missing so the title reads Mag AC. Inside, dust motes drift like ghost credit. On the main screen a projector flickers footage. My parents stepping from theater decades ago, grainy repetition stuck on loop. Fake actors wearing their faces, coordinators attempt at emotional perfect recall. I exhale once, long, then lift the cadence cut watch to the projection beam. The stutter in its tick breaks the loop. Film sprockets slip. Frames blur. Scene dissolves into white noise snow. I leave projector running static. A blanket louder than memory. Then tip seats askew, so no future audience can sit in rows. Cat meets me on balcony ledge as I exit. Moon at her back. She smiles without teeth. Palms up. No theft tonight. Only observation. I toss her the film strip. She twirls it until city lights splinter through pinholes. Better undeveloped, she says, and vanishes into alley. Footfalls echoing like skipped record groove. Cycle purrs home across bridge. Engine misfire purposely uncorrected. River mirrors skyline in broken ripples. Perfect image forever failing. Above, bats weave loose figure eights round lamppost halos. The boiler welcomes with two soft pops. Then, a step from lift. Remove gauntlets. Smell faint citrus from snowcap's frost cleanser. She leaves scent incorrect on purpose so cave never repeats yesterday. You are already horizontal, I suspect. The day's glare still ghosting behind lids. I set the cadence cut watch on your nightstand. Listen, tick tick skip tick. Let breath copy that inhale when second hand moves. Hold through skip. Exhale as next tick lands. Drift in pause after. 4, 3, 5, 4 without counting. Curtains billow. Street lamp outside flutters as our delay chip in its ballast chooses when to shine. If stray sun flash memory pierces, imagine blinds jerking out of alignment, beams scattering into 1,000 dull glows. If film loop tries to replay, picture sprocket teeth stripped, frames slipping into friendly blur. Grandfather clock downstairs catches on burr, stalls half-second continue. Boiler sighs cloudless thunder. Somewhere in greenhouse a jade leaf snaps under its own fullness. A miniature applause for imperfection. I sit outside your door. Journal closed again. Tonight's entry is silence because silence is already irregular. Moonlight slips across floorboards bending through antique glass. Bats settle in attic. Wings rustling parchment lullaby. City hum lowers. Surfaces exhale. Sleep comes like those rain cousins. Drop here. Drop there. Never in regimented drill. Welcome each. Let sheets collect them into dark hush. I stay sentinel between ticks, clipping any rhythm sharp enough to cut. Rest in crooked peace. I listen.
I spend dawn tracing the manor's east wall with bare fingertips, feeling mortar joints warmed by first light. Every third stone sits a breath deeper than its neighbor. A masonry stutter no renovation ever corrected. I let that offbeat seam settle into pulse. Each ridge a reminder the house still disagrees with symmetry. 4 counts in, 3 hold, 5 out, 4 float. By the time sun climbs above the greenhouse gable, I've inhaled the scent of mortar and cedar 10 times, enough to file the morning under quiet victories. Breakfast tastes like yesterday's sauce poured over fresh poached eggs. Alfred insists it is new, but I know reuse when I taste it. Reuse is comfort. We talk of Nightwing's Marina report. No new drone pulses. Then shift to minor chores, window latches to sand, loose stair rod to wedge. Small tasks are barricades against larger perfection. Mid-morning brings Lucius's message. An unscheduled cargo dirigible hanging over the city reservoir. Transponder spoofed to read weather survey yet broadcasting nothing. Bitrate spectrum scan shows gentle saw wave buried in engine hum. a lullaby pitched for water pumps, threatening to sink their motors. Coordinator wants to make Gotham's faucets tick. I suit up light, wings more than cape, glide the warm thermals until the blimp's shadow swallows me. Up close the envelope ripples with solar film, panels wiring to a gondola no bigger than a city bus. I board unseen, boots soft on canvas, inside 3 servo banks rock slow as cradle, each feeding impulse to ballast fin. I slide Lucius's jitter patch into primary gyro. The saw wave snaps, motors hiccup and the dirigible lists 5 degrees. Autopilot drops altitude to compensate, drifting away from reservoir into abandoned rail yard. I angle rudder, scrawl a chalk word on hatch, drift, then leap. Winds catch wing fabric. The blimp will settle harmless among rusted boxcars by dusk, its signal already noise. The flight home crosses the Narrows ferry at noon. Engines cough out uneven staccato. Mechanics must have tuned them on cheap plugs, so passengers ride a rhythm coordinator can't hijack. I bank low once, letting wake buffet deck. Children wave paper cranes at my silhouette, folding wings to suit their own aerodynamic. Imperfect origami still flies. Back in the cave, armor polishes new grapple claws. Snowcap sprinkles frost over reservoir maps so any future wave analysis will read natural chaos. Palimpsest logs blimp incident under threats that float. I ask Bitrate to retune citywide waterworks sensors 1 hertz apart, forcing pumps to hum like badly tuned choir. He grins, code already compiling. Afternoon slides into lead-colored haze. I retreat to the music room, set cat spell still clapperless on piano lid, and strike a single G minor. Vibration nudges bell just enough to whisper a tinny echo, incomplete yet sincere. I leave it ringing in imagination while I close eyes, counting breaths against that ghost resonance. You arrive here maybe stretching spine, maybe already lowered onto match. Window open thumb width invites that haze carrying distant fairy horn. Broken stair squeaks, drip delay from gutter. I place the cadence cut watch on your table, open lid so second-hand stammers. Imagine the blimp overhead signal severed, drifting off like wayward thought. Inhale when watch ticks, hold as hand hesitates. Exhale through next skip, float in gap. 4, 3, 5, 4. Curtains billow unevenly. Radiator emits 2 clicks, then forgets third. Downstairs grandfather clock performs its habitual stutter but adds surprise double skip. Never the same concert twice. If mind replays reservoir threats, smooth saw wave ruling pipes recall chalk word drift, and let rhythm slide sideways until it loses persuasion. Rain remains withheld, but fireflies ignite early, their lights premature and unsynchronized across lawn. Alfred stands on veranda sipping clove tea, watching scatter glow like city of tiny beacons disagreeing on curfew. He tips cup in salute when he sees me settle outside your door with journal. Tonight I write a single line, water sings off key now. I blot ink so letters blur then close cover. Imperfect record for imperfect piece. Boiler hum deepens. Bats wing past attic vent. Sonar gossip faded after day's feast. Drones idle on charge racks. Amber pulses not matching one another. City sky darkens into bruise again. Far carnival wheel restarts. But bulb wiring still quirky, one spoke fails. Pattern ruined. Beauty improved. Sleep. Listener. Let faucets gurgle minor notes. Streetlights flick wrong tempos. Heart adopt watches uneven tick. I remain sentinel between shadows. Wing fabric airing out. Eyes half closed yet recording every skipped beat. Imperfection protects. Rest within its gentle sway. The moon climbs like a blemished coin, half polished, half tarnished. When the cave alarm whispers 3 syllables that mean identified glow East Railway cut, I roll from the cot. I keep near consoles, still wearing undersuit from dusk patrol. and let cold limestone bite souls long enough to finish waking. On screens, a ribbon of light snakes between abandoned freight cars, steady, quartz white. Neither torch nor headlamp. Bitrate spectrum trace shows no carrier wave. Only optical purism so flawless it feels surgical. Coordinator again, testing the city's shadows for straightness. Armor is already at lift in half-buckled gear. Snowcap beside her shouldering a canister of darkness compound. Fine carbon fog, meant to scatter lasers into velvet noise. We forego capes, take the electric crawler beneath storm sag rails, engines humming in a tonal drone that refuses even steps. The cut yawns like a canyon of rusted steel. Hollow tankers echo our footfalls, giving them ghosts that return late and crooked. Up ahead, the ribbon of light hangs mid-air, a taut thread stretched from one freight car door to another, vibrating at imperceptible speed. Where it touches iron, rust flakes off in perfect, even curls, falling like spice along the ballast. The light is erasing age, polishing memory until surface gleams too young for its history. Another method of tyranny. Cleanse the imperfect past, so future can march without resistance. Snowcap cracks the carbon fog cylinder. Black snow drifts onto beam, tiny motes stick, absorb brilliance, and the thread dims unevenly, sputtering into dashes. Armor anchors grapples across cars, pulls tension so line begins to sag. I walk its length, gloved hand scattering handfuls of iron filings. My father's old workshop trick for showing magnet fields. Filings cling in snarls, turning the once straight light into ragged Morse. Its engine overloads. Optic fiber snaps, recoils, fizzles out. Rust remains patchy. Honest again. On a sidewall someone has chalked a date, 11/06/24. I suspect Cat, her numbers slant carefree. Tale of the four curls like whip, a diary entry rather than clue. She witnessed the beam, trusted I'd respond. I leave a smear of carbon fog beside the date, thumbprint messy. Crawler hums home under clouds fat as bruises. Along river, lampposts we seeded last week misblink in kind salute. I step off lift into cave. Peel gloves, watch dust swirl in air currents, stirred by bats' midnight sortie. Bitrate files the optic thread coil in lead box, labels it too straight to live. The simple coffin satisfies. Alfred meets me at kitchen threshold with a mug of barley tea sweeter than memory. We stand by window as first thin rain begins. Droplets irregular, splashing jittered coronas on paint. He nods once, a semaphore of earned rest, and retires upstairs. I climb east stair heliacal slow, pocket watch ticking its lopsided gait. Your door is ajar exactly 2 thumb widths. Within, room breathes warm linen, streetlight painting lattice on ceiling from window grill. I set coil of discarded optic thread now dull, harmless on shelf where it catches no reflection. Pocket watch joins bedside, second hand pausing a shade longer tonight after each tick, as if tired of chasing itself. Slip shoes, sink to carpet, stretch calves until tendons hum faint. B-flat, crawl of rain against glass forms counterpoint spatter, hush, spatter, listen, inhale through nose on first patter, hold while nothing strikes, exhale when next uneven drop lands, float during hiss of gutter, 4, 3, 5, 4, without counting. Roof timbers contract in weather shift, knocking twice then forgetting the third. Grandfather clock skips a beat to match. Boiler releases sigh somewhere between moan and prayer. Settles. Quilt accepts weight, shaping hollow where shoulders spill tension. Sheet cool where calf touches. Warmth travels slowly enough to notice. If thought replays quartz light shaving rust clean, imagine scattering iron filings across it again.
each grain a small memory, unpolished, indispensable. See beam fray dim, surrender to honest corrosion. City scars matter, they are maps for healing. Curtain edges lift in gutter wind, breathing room's dusk scent, wet rail iron, hint of barley tea, burnt ozone from optic coil, bats thrum attic eaves, sonar clicks random safe, drones charge with uneven amber pulses down hallway. My eyelids drift half-mast outside doorway, journal remains closed in pocket. Tonight's archive is thumb smudge on chalk date. Enough proof imperfection survived another I will sit here until dawn splits the bruised clouds, counting every wrong raindrop so no perfect rhythm sneaks beneath dreams. Sleep, the watch will keep lurching, the beams stay broken, and every rust curl will glitter in first honest light. I listen.
I don't go looking for the next disturbance. It finds me in the middle of an almost nap, halfway slumped inside the leather cockpit chair where I was only pretending to read sensor logs. An irregular thrumming begins, not in the cave machinery but in my sternum, like a second heart trying to drum itself into existence. I open my eyes and realize the cause isn't internal at all. It's the manor's great organ 3 floors above, exhaling a single low note on automatic wind. No one has touched that keyboard in 20 years. The bellows are driven by an antique motor on a dedicated line, ostensibly broken. I climb marble steps by lamplight. Every riser seems to pulse underfoot, sympathetic vibration carrying through joists. When I reach the music gallery, the organ's shutters gape like jaws. One rank of pipes glows sickly blue, LED strips taped to toe holes, flickering in exact 60 beats per minute, coercing resonance. A portable generator hums under the console, its fuel line snakes toward a cracked stained glass window. Coordinator's handwriting scrawls on the bench in grease pencil. If the city won't march, its mansions will. I flick the cadence-cut watch lid. The tiny chip's jitter bleeds into air, adding microscopic frequency wobble. At once the organ note wavers. I palmed a pocket full of iron filings earlier. Habit after the rail incident, so I sprinkle them into wind chest. They rattle down reeds, pitch detunes, perfect drone collapses into bittersweet swell like choir out of breath. I pull the generator plug and leave it humming emptily against dead load until it sputters. Before I close the shutters, I reverse 2 pipes in their sockets so any future saboteur will find nothing aligns. Alfred materializes with a wrench already in hand. He felt the note in his molars. We share a glance that says the house itself is now battlefield. He will inspect every private fuse, but I know we cannot proof an old estate entirely. We must keep variants mobile. On a whim I shift the organ's bench a centimeter left, ensure no foot pedal sits square. House adopts the crookedness willingly. Outside, drizzle has thickened into honest rain. I forgo armor and step onto terrace in shirt sleeves, letting water stripe forearms until cold pinches skin awake. Down on the lawn, the broken LEDs from the earlier siege still lie dormant, but rain knocks them to life in chaotic sparkles. Good lightning flash silhouettes. Cat standing on garden wall. She flicks a fingertip salute, then disappears, content to see sabotage answered with homemade slant. I walk rain-dark paths, jacket soaking, pocket watch ticking uneven metronome against rip. Every wet rose I pass carries its own drip tempo, no two identical. Behind greenhouse glass the jade succulent glows under grow lamp, one leaf scarred where last trim went wrong, its imperfection now star-shaped. Back inside, boiler welcomes me with one hiss in immediate silence, as if confirming systems stable. Snowcap, woken by the earlier thrum, waits on stair with a cup of ginger broth. She has dusted the rim with crushed peppermint granules large enough that each sip tastes slightly different. I thank her, drink half, feel warmth skateboard down spine. In your room the air lifts as window admits rain hush. I set the pocket watch on nightstand, its tick skipping harder now the brass is cold. Beside it I place a single iron filing, still wet. It glints like miniature comet,
Reminder of organ pipes gone rogue. Listen. Tick. Space. Tick stutter. Space. Inhale on first tick. Hold through small silence. Exhale when stutter lands. Float while space widen. 4, 3, 5, 4 without counting numbers at all. Watch and rain will guide. Curtain hems shiver. Grandfather clock downstairs coughs once, recovers. Somewhere attic plank pops in temperature drop. These sounds weave a lullaby of colliding mistake. Should your mind replay that pure organ drone, imagine sprinkling filings down reeds, hearing tone blur into velvet blur until it can't find itself. Let water on panes carry the ruined pitch away. I sit in hallway chair, journal open on knee. Tonight I jot a single sentence. Even ivory pipes accept rust when asked politely. The ink feathers where rain from my cuff drips onto page. Letters dissolving into watercolor blot. I close book, blot is entry enough. Boiler cycles again. Low baritone rumble. Ceiling beams answering in tenor creak. Drones rest. Bats roster their places on rafters. Rain slackens, then renews, refusing rhythm. House exhales peppery peppermint steam from cups still warm in my palm. Your breathing joins, slower now. Each exhale fogging window just enough to blur garden lights. Sleep. I keep watch, soft shoes off so floorboards can speak freely if anything dares approach in perfect step. Between ticks I count brave pipe scars, misbent bench legs, shifting storm tempos. Imperfection has thick walls rest inside them. I listen.
Dawn slides across Gotham in thin brass bands that look less like sunrise and more like someone's tried to solder the horizon back together. I'm still perched in the hallway chair where I kept vigil after the organ raid. Shoulders stiff. Journal balanced on knee unopened. Downstairs, Alfred switches on the kitchen radio and lets it drift across the dial until the static itself turns into newsroom chatter. Every station, he tells me later, is debating the mystery pulse that rattled downtown windows at 3 a.m. No injuries, no damage, just a single flawless sine wave that rang glass like wine goblets, then vanished. Coordinator testing resonance with the city's bones again. The trait's overnight logs show the pulse came through sewer mains, not air. A single pipe beneath Brooks Avenue resonated like a flute. Someone had fitted a ceramic insert deep in the cast iron run, shaping wastewater roar into music. Lucius plots the join point and grins. We fix fake flutes by teaching them blue. I pack the cadence cut watch, a snake cam, and 2 micro pumps of Snowcap's carbon fog. Armor insists on accompanying, if we're wandering drains. She wants the first swing at any perfect cylinder. We enter at a maintenance hatch that smells of moss and cold coin. Water is only ankle deep, but the barrel vault above us carries echoes that roll like distant thunder trapped in a hallway. Partway down we find the insert, pristine white ceramic, ribbed, wedged so tight the pipe walls tick like tuning fork. Snowcap's fog won't cling underwater, so I pull the pocket watch out, open its lid and lower it against the insert. Each uneven tick meets the smooth hum. Fractures wavefronts, turns wineglass whistle to gravel rattle. Armor wedges a pry bar. Insert cracks, water coughs. Hum breaks into ragged sigh. We leave shards in place. Imperfection can police itself now. Back topside. Brooks Avenue vendors are opening shutters. One cafe shakes chalk dust onto sidewalk. I help a bent-back owner lift her on it. She thanks me with a free cannoli whose shell snapped imperfect in fryer. Better taste than looks, she winks. I pocket it for Alfred, certain he'll dissect flavor for lessons on resilience. The afternoon is a quilt of small tasks. Snowcap rewrites buffer algorithm, so reservoir pumps breathe randomly again. Palimpsest catalogs sewer insert under threats that tried to sing. Armor files micropits from pry bar into museum of metal scar. I retreat to music room, slide fingers along organ keys without depressing them, feeling ivory temperature change beneath sunlight patch. Each key different, none is perfect 88 anymore.
Evening summons the storm that dawn couldn't fin. Thunder begins with an embarrassingly neat roll. Coordinator hiding within weather perhaps. But wind interrupts, stuttering through gables, wrecking the cadence before it settles. Rain follows in diagonal slashes, drumming roof like toddlers learning temp. Alfred lights hallway sconces late, letting lightning do first illumination. He finds me on library balcony, arms on rail, letting drip line tattoo my gloves. He presses a mug into my hands, hot milk flavored with cardamom pod cracked off center, seeds uneven. I sip, let sweetness map tongue in lopsided waves. He nods to grand staircase where the grandfather clock rests. Tonight its skip has migrated from the 7th tick to the 5th. Evolution in wood. We both smile at that. I head toward your room, watch ticking damp against hall carpet muffles footfalls but stair rod still rattles out of sync. Your door is open, the customary thumb width. Inside, lamp glows low amber, window cracked to let rain static hush. I place the cannoli on saucer beside pocket watch. Sugar dust traces random constellation on porcelain northern sky invented anew. Listen with me, rain on pane. Fast, fast, slow. Gutter splash. Pause. Attic beam pop. 1. Inhale on first drop cluster. Hold through splash. Exhale past beam pop. Float while thunder finds wrong bar. 4-3. 5-4 without numbers. If memory offers, sewer music, ceramic fluting monotone. Drop pocket watch lid in imagination. Feel cracked insert collapse. Water rejoice in messy gurgle. If organ drone revisits, picture ivory keys chipped by gentle hammer. Note bleeding into neighbor until neither is captive. Sheets cradle limbs. Quilt heavy with storm moisture. Boiler hum under floor, fresh from rain-cooled return line. Purrs warmer base. Grandfather clock misticks due to flick. Curtains shiver like slow applause. Heartbeat aligns not with thunder but with sugar specks drifting from cannoli crust. Chaotic, sweet, safe. I sit just outside threshold, journal finally open. I write, city drains sing blues. Ink feathers where raindrop lands. Letters wobble. Acceptable. Close book. Lamps dim themselves in stages never even. Sleep. The storm will play through but wind will keep wrecking its structure for you. I stay sentinel counting broken rolls of thunder. Tracking pulse that refuses grid. Imperfection holds.
The storm rinses Gotham clean enough that the streets smell almost like river stones. But by noon a new odor rides the steam grates. Sweet, anise, too sharp, too even. I follow it through back galleys until I find a row of vending carts that weren't on any permit list yesterday. Each identical, chrome, polished, green awning, paper cones spun high with violet candy floss. A chalkboard advertises sugar for steady hearts. Children buzz, hypnotized by lavender swirls. Bitrate's handheld sniffs the floss with a spectrograph app. Nothing toxic, just sucrose laced with minuscule piezo crystals tuned to vibrate at exactly 72 pulses per minute once they dissolve on the tongue. Soft metronomes, planted in mouths. Coordinator has built cotton candy pacemakers. Armor blocks card owners, actors reading from cards, unaware. Snowcap sprinkles, beetle ash over cones. Crystals scramble under irregular charge and shatter harmlessly. I buy one bag, crush it to dust, pocket it for proof. On the chalkboard I overwrite the slogan, brittle hearts prefer jazz. By dusk, violet sugar shows up in cafes, tucked beside espresso spoons. Too many points to police. We decide on a broadcast cure. Lucius rigs utility steam hubs to pulse faint subhertz tremor, jostling crystal resonance citywide. Palimpsest names the plan, caramelizing the cadence. Midnight we open valve 17B, Under Monarch Plaza. Superheated hiss. Snakes through sewers into bakery vents. Up through espresso machines. Violet crystals bloom micro cracks. Beats collapse into grit. Downtown lungs remain their messy selves. Back at the manor I dump fistful of spoiled floss into greenhouse soil. Jade succulent wears purple flecks like constellations. Unbothered. Alfred appears with 2 mugs of chicory. No sugar. We sip while fog presses glass. He says, sweetness should wander on its own feet. I pocket that line. In your room lamp already glows dim coral. I place 1 surviving crystal on saucer by the cadence cut watch. It twitches but cannot find rhythm. Listen, tick, skip. Crystal fizz, pause. Inhale on tick, hold through skip. Exhale as fizz whispers. Float in pause. 4, 3, 5, 4. Without counting. Rain gutters now drip syrup slow. Roof beam pops once. Boiler answers low hum. If mind replays violet swirls, promising steady hearts. Imagine steam valve opening. Heat melting floss into random amber threads. Sweetness freed from temp. Sheets cradle limbs. Pillow cool where temple rests. Grandfather clock downstairs adds a double skip tonight. New burr from humidity. Good. Outside a lone sax on Wharf Street riffles notes that refuse bar lines carrying through cracked window like warm night tide. I sit outside threshold journal open. I write city learned candy can whistle. Ink curves uneven. I leave blot. Close book. Lamps dim another notch. Breathing softens behind door. Sleep. Listen. The sugar has lost its beat. The watch keeps faithful stutter and I stand guard counting sax bends until dawn stirs kettle lids. Imperfection holds. I find dawn waiting for me on the manor roof, thin and pewter, but it is the hush that really wakes me. A hush so complete I can hear the wing beats of every bat returning late from the night's last hunt. Somewhere below, Alfred is turning pages in the newspaper, each sheet sliding off the next at a tempo that has nothing to do with seconds. For a moment the whole estate seems to breathe between tick, then the smell arrives. Caramelized sugar again, but scorched this time, as if somebody left a tray of violet floss beneath a salamander broiler just long enough to blacken the edges. I follow the scent to the west garden, where bees churn in thick spirals over the hives. Their flight strangely straight. No waggle dance, no confusion. On the landing board I spot tiny magenta granules glittering like sand, sugar dust blown in on the wind. A few broken piezo crystals cling to bee fur, thrumming in faint 72-beat pulses that trick the insects into directionless march. Snowcap meets me at the apiary gate. Frost glyphs already hissing off her gloves. She sprinkles beetle ash on the landing board. The granules shatter, pulse dies, the bees sag sideways, rediscovering chaos and with it their purpose. We seal hive entrances until workers groom clean. Armor arrives carrying a handheld smoker loaded with crushed peppermint. She pumps a cloud that bends flight paths back into lively scribble. Crisis small, but it means coordinator has turned the wind into delivery driver. Lucius recommends a broad answer lace every greenhouse exhaust fan in Gotham with alternating static charges that snatch piezo dust from air like iron filings to magnet. He codes city maintenance app to schedule fans to stutter rather than cycle evenly. Within an hour, rooftops start chewing sweetness into grit. The news will blame high pollen, that is good enough. Mid-afternoon I ride the bat cycle down Merchant Row in plain clothes, jacket zipped high. The cadence cut watch rests in my pocket, ticking its ragged heartbeat. Each storefront now posts a hand-drawn sign, no violet candy. Some clever child drew mine-eye bats along the border. Resistance spreads through humor. Twilight Cat leaves a cardboard tube on the manor gate post. Inside, a spool of 8mm film, unexposed. Leader scrawled with her shorthand. Projector at the old planetarium aims to polish stars. Might need clouds. I smile, she always chooses poetry over coordinates. Night rides in on river fog. Armor. Bitrate and I glide the wing craft toward the shuttered Gotham planetarium. Its glass dome, breathing dim silver under boat lights. Inside, hundreds of micro-lasers have been clipped to seat arms, all pointed skyward. When the show starts, they will draw perfect constellations against the inner shell. Every star fixed to true coordinate. Dazzling, imprisoning. Coordinator wants the city to lie under an immaculate sky. I climb to the projection gantry, pallets creaking under decades of dust. Snowcaps, darkness, fog won't work here, too much open air. So I unspool Cat's blank film across laser array, weaving it between mounts like ribbon. Then I flick the cadre of tiny projectors on. Lasers strike raw stock. Emulsion boils, turns smooth. The dome fills with drifting coils of gray that diffract every beam, scattering them into wandering auroras. Perfect constellations dissolve into restless nebulae nobody can map. Bitrate scrapes projector firmware, swapping star catalog for a fractal that never repeats. When tourists eventually pay for shows again, they'll recline under skies that refuse shape. Children may invent new animals from random scatter. I leave a Polaroid on lectern. The dome mid-smoke. Caption: good clouds. We return by wind turbulence too gentle for sonic trace. Manor lights glow uneven in rain. Alfred greets us at mudroom with mugs of chicory and shards of ginger biscuit unevenly iced. Palimpsest reads the latest boy's poem beside fireplace. Bees buzz truer in crooked air. The drawer almost can't shut now, you must be drowsed. Lamp glows pearl. Window cracked for fog hush. I set the broken piezo crystal, now inert, next to cadence cut watch. Tick, skip, tiny hiss of dormant sugar. Inhale on tick, hold through space, exhale while hiss fades, float in dark. 4, 3, 5, 4, but forget the math. Follow sound. Curtain lifts like planetarium smoke, shaping phantom constellations on ceiling. Let them mutate, never settle. If rigid star map intrudes, Orion with ruler straight belt. Wave Cat's blank film across it. Watch lines smear into new beasts of your making. Grandfather clock downstairs adds yet another double skip. Alfred must have oiled the wrong gear. Boiler purrs peppered warmth. Bats settle into beams after fog hunt. Wings creaking like folding kites. Drones charge at mismatched amperage courtesy of Bitrate's jitterboard. I lean by doorway, journal open. I write sky learn to wander. Ink feathers. I blot with thumb. Close book. Rain taps 3-beat lull, pauses, resumes 2, sheets breathe around you, pulse merges with watches broken rhythm. Moon hides behind soldered horizon. Solder seams leak silver onto lawn exactly where bees will fly tomorrow, crooked and free. Sleep. I count skips. Hiss, wing rustle. Imperfection stands guard, patient, undefeated. I listen. A robin slams into the study window at dawn. A soft thud followed by frantic wing beats skittering down the glass. I flinch, it's the third bird this morning, and step closer just in time to see a starling veer out of nowhere, banking hard like a shot arrow, barely missing the sill. Their trajectories are wrong, too straight. Coordinator has found the sky again, this time through tiny throats. I push open the sash and catch the faintest trill. A whistle so pure it feels less like sound than pressure behind the eardrum. One unwavering tone hovering at the edge of hearing. In the lawn the bees seem unaffected, but every sparrow on the hedgerow sits rigid, heads cocked exactly north-northwest, bodies vibrating in micro-pulses. Not quite flight, not quite stillness. Somewhere a device is teaching birds to march. By the time I reach the cave, Alfred is already there, holding a battered brass dog whistle he unearthed from the attic trunk. He lifts an eyebrow.
Apropos, bitrate triangulates the tone to Gotham Aviary. Its outdoor sound system hijacked at first light. Snowcap grabs a pouch of frost ink seeds that bloom into acoustic fuzz when they sprout. Armor pockets a wrist batch of reed silencers. I settle the cowl over eyes that haven't fully blinked last night away, then glide north across the river on a hush of warm thermal. The aviary stands inside Robinson Park like a glass cathedral, curved roof vents half open. Every minute, speakers fixed to arch ribs exhale that flawless whistle. Hundreds of pigeons wheel in concentric rings above the dome, perfect halos, wing beats syncing so neatly the flock resembles a single-geared machine. I land on the mesh catwalk, heart thudding 4354 against the whistle's tyranny. Inside greenhouse humidity glows gold. Tiny ultrasonic emitters perch on mechanical arms, pivoting to follow any stray bird that drifts offline. Shepherding it back, armor anchors grapples between trusses. Snowcap hurls frost ink seeds into mistjet. Within seconds, leafy vines burst from nowhere, ice green and glittering, latticing through air like rogue sheet music. Emitters strike vines, signals bend, perfect tone fractures. The flock stutters. First one pigeon jerks sidewise, then another. Rings dissolve into joyous chaos. Bits of down swirl like confetti. I yank the master amp cord and jam a reed silencer into jack. Static blooms, whistle dies. On the control console, coordinator's note glows on phosphor screen. If I can't have the city, I'll keep the sky. I type one reply before powering down. Sky prefers weather. We leave vine mess to botanists. Shattered discipline turns to compost. Afternoon drips by in quieter repairs. Lucius retunes park PA systems to cycle randomized bird songs recorded at dusk. Never the same track twice. Palimpsest logs emitter schematics under threats that tried to conduct wing. Snowcap gifts me a single frost ink seed. Says planted anywhere that needs a mistake to grow. I pocket it next to the cadence cut watch. Dusk settles, thick as library dust. I wander the music room and find Cat's clapperless bell still perched atop silent keys. I roll it between fingers, listening to the ghost ring it refuses to offer, then set it beside Mother's unopened metronome, reminders that some sounds live best only in memory. Your lamp already glows ember. Rain whispers at gutter with no plan. I lay the watch on your nightstand. Lid open. This tick-skip-tick merges now with faint rooftop cooing. The pigeons have followed me home, but none sit still long enough to form rows. Inhale on first tick, hold while nothing happens. Exhale on next, float through wing rustle. 4354 unmeasured. Curtains breathe cool air. Grandfather clock downstairs misses the fifth beat again, delighted with new error. Boiler responds in baritone sigh. If mind replays glass dome full of circling birds, drop snowcap seed into that vision. Let vines explode, twisting arcs off course. See feathers scatter, hear gears strip. Watch sky widen. Sheet finds shoulder curve. Quilt pools warm at ankles. Window crack perfumes room with damp earth. Cracked cedar. Distant kettle corn from a carnival that never keeps hours. Bats discover the roofline, clicking flawed sonnets to one another. Every line ends short by a syllable. Perfect. I sit outside door, journal open. I write. Wing beats thrive on weather. Rain smear smudges ink, spreads it into a small gray cloud. I leave it close cover. Lamp dims another side. Breathing deepens behind me. Pigeons wheel away into velvet dark. Sleep. I stay sentinel between whistle shards and vine echoes, counting heartbeats that stumble, counting ticks that forget. Grateful. Imperfection holds the sky tonight. I listen.
I should have known the quiet after the pigeon revolt was only an inhale. By late afternoon, every elevator in Midtown begins to stall one floor shy of its button, then twitch upward, then descend again as though the shafts themselves have developed stage fright. The building managers send frantic pings. Bitrate listens to the pitch of the motors and grins a humorless grin. The counterweights are chanting 80 beats per minute, exactly the tempo of a resting pulse. Coordinator has rewired the lift brakes so the city's vertical veins pump people like blood. Armor and I split assignments. She takes the corporate towers. I tackle the public high-rises. Riding the service ladder between floors smells of coil grease and warm copper. Halfway up Gotham Trust, I pause in the dim cage and feel the cadence thumping through steel. Shudder. Sigh. Shudder. My own pulse wants to synchronize. I make it miss deliberately. 4 counts in, 3 hold, 5 out, 4 float. The mismatch steadies me. At the motor room, I pull Lucius's jitter chip from belt and clap it across the brake relay. Instantly, the drum slips. Hiss rises. Tempo dissolves into harmless fidget. Elevator settles back on the correct landing with a relieved clang. On the roof, I catch a view of Armor across Avenue C, her silhouette perched on a maintenance gantry. Sparks arc as she saws a braided cable 1 strand at a time, slow enough that counterweight hum disintegrates rather than snap. Between buildings our eyes meet, tiny nod rhythm drained, danger past. Evening lays copper light along alley bricks. I walk home in jacket and crushed tie. Cadence cut watch beating a lopsided percussion at my hip. Outside a bodega, street saxophonist tests scales that never resolve. His notes ricochet off glass, chase away residual elevator hum. I drop a frost ink seed into his case. It unfurls a pale vine, wraps reed, adds hissy vibrato to every phrase. He laughs, keeps playing. Back at the manor, Alfred has turned the organ bench sideways so no key sits directly under stained glass glare. He meets me in foyer, with a bowl of cavatelli dressed in last night tomato and a dusting of lemon zest shaved unevenly. Gravity keeps flavor honest, he said. We eat standing near the open window, lightning flickering quietly somewhere beyond downtown like film burned 1 frame at a time. I stop by the greenhouse. Bees hum chaotic again. No 10-meter lines. No violet dust. The jade's succulent has sprouted a second crooked arm. Leaf tips freckled from fallen sugar. I brush them gently. They flake off like brittle stars. Night comes on wet wolf. I patrol the Narrows once just to glide over shingled waves, finding nothing but laundry lines clapping in erratic wind. Cat's bell tinkles from somewhere unseen, its clapper still missing, ghost sound sparked by breeze alone. I answer with 2 taps on a skylight pane. Good night. You're half dreaming when I step into corridor. Lamp burns low topaz. Curtain breathes sweet ozone from distant storm. I set the cadence cut watch atop a thick elevator token bitrate pressed with jitter code. Its rim intentionally dent. Listen. Watch tick token clink. Watch skip hush. Inhale on tick. Hold through silence. Exhale on clink. Float on skip. 4 3 5 4. Forgetting arithmetic. Trusting me. If your mind recalls the shudder sigh of possessed elevators, imagine stepping into one now. The lights flicker, but instead of dropping you feel the cab ease sideways through the shaft wall into wide night air. Gravity forgets its script. You drift until doors open on garden midnight where nothing aligns. Grandfather clock downstairs finds a brand new lurch. It now coughs a half-beat ahead of boiler's groan duets sloppy as kittens on piano. Roof gutters gurgle in sync with neither. Sheets accept your weight. Mattress dips like elevator settling minus the tremor. Rain begins soft, misses tempo immediately. Decides never to search for it. I kneel by door, journal open one more time. I write buildings tried to breathe like hearts, we gave them arrhythmia to pen blot blooms. Smears into pulse shape. I close cover. Lamp dims a shade, leaving only hallway glow. Eyes heavy behind half-lidded cowl. Bats chatter above attic. Sonar scribbles incomprehensible lullaby. Drones charge 1 bar mismatched. Storm recedes. Thunder last heard is crooked echo. I lean back. Count your irregular breaths, counting only because each is different.
Sleep. The lifts have forgotten the beat. Birds own the sky without conductor. And every pipe in this house knows to miss its cue. I keep watch between ticks and clinks, ensuring rhythm never straight. Imperfection holds. I listen.
Mid-morning haze hangs over the city like a half-erased chalkboard, and for once the scanners show nothing but ordinary static. I take the invitation to wander rooflines unarmored, jacket flapping, cadence-cut watch beating its lopsided hymn against my ribs. Below, street vendors argue prices that creep rather than climb. Their syllables never land at the same pitch twice. Good. Coordinator might be sleeping. By early afternoon, though, trouble announces itself as silence. The digital billboards along Grant Street all freeze within the span of a single heartbeat. Every ad replaced by a stark white screen. No text, no flicker, just a vacuum so bright it erases shadow edges. Cars pause at the light as if their drivers suddenly doubt their own outline. I feel the chill behind my sternum, precision by subtraction. Lucius confirms the boards have been forced into full-on white. No PWM flicker, no refresh tier. A brute force flood of perfect light designed to drown the city's informal contrast. Bitrate can't breach the boards remotely. Firmware's been wiped and rebuilt in read-only silicon. We'll have to dirty the whiteness manually. I drop onto the largest sign, 12 meters of antiseptic glare. Boots squealing across glass like marker on slate. At the service hatch I find a coordinator placard taped to the screws. Noise is a glitch of the week. I flick the watch lid. Its ragged tick echoes inside the metal frame, too small to matter. So I reach into belt for Snowcap's last frosting seat. Pressed between fingers it splits, spilling charcoal spores that flower upon contact with the sign's backlight vents, forming spiderweb ferns that bend photons into bruised lilac. The billboard blushes, loses equilibrium, then flashes seizure-bright bars of random RGB, before collapsing into dead black. The street exhales, horns resume their argumentative jack. One by one we repeat the ritual. Bitrate on drone, armor with carbon sails, Snowcap wielding frost glyphs, until the avenue flickers like broken film, no two signs sharing hue or time. Pedestrians blink, then smile as an impromptu mural begins. A child aims laser pointer into shattered pixel grids, scribbling constellations of raw red that dance across glitch snow. Improvisation grows where sterility tried to see. Evening finds me back in the greenhouse, listening to bees tell battered petals about the new lights. I pocket a sliver of dead LED glass, edges mottled by frost, trophy small enough to misplace on purpose. Alfred meets me under the arbor with tea streaked by uneven honey. We share no words. The drink mutters for us. You're half reclined when I arrive, lamp dim to ember. I tip the frosted LED shard onto your nightstand beside the watch. It twinkles once, then rests. Listen. Tick, shard glint. Tick skip. Soft rain on breathe in on tick. Hold through glint. Exhale past skip. Float with rain. 4, 3, 5, 4. Letting numbers dissolve to sensation. Curtains billow. Distant horns stumble through minor key. The grandfather clock downstairs surprises itself with a triple lurch that makes the boiler laugh. If your thoughts replace sterile white light, imagine frost ink blooming across it. Gray vines chewing edges until blankness caves into color. Let that film of ruin play until vision loses contrast. Then breathe. Sheets hug shoulders. Mattress-sized disorganized springs. Outside one billboard still sputters, obeying no schedule. Painting clouds. Salmon this second. Indigo the next. A bat flutters through the spill. Shadow bending color before it lands on gutter rim. Imperfection crack. I open my journal in hallway glow. Write one crooked line. Silence is loudest when split open. Ink beads, then feathers. I shut cover, content that even the sentence refuses straight march.
Watch ticks. Shard glints. Rain mutters. Your breath slowed. I post myself by doorframe, counting all mismatched pulses. Horns, clock, coughs, bat wings, as they braid night into safe disarray. Sleep. I listen, and the city newly stained listens back.
The haze that follows yesterday's billboard insurrection hangs over Gotham like bruised chiffon, heavy enough to muffle traffic yet thin enough that neon still bleeds through in streaks of bruised apricot. I absorb it from the manor parapet, cape off, gloves off, letting the half-warm air sieve through knuckles sore from scaling sign frames. Somewhere in the distance a lone siren tries a straight wail, but the fog distorts it, splitting the note so it arrives in two uneven halves. The city has learned to bend every blade coordinator sends. Alfred's footfall behind me carries the careful weight of a message. He hands over a folded paper no larger than a matchbook. The text, nothing but a dot matrix barcode. When scanned, it renders a sound file, white note. Bitrate plays it over cave monitors. A single digital piano key, struck at middle C. No attack noise, no decay. Just the impossible sustaining of a tone that never wobbles and never ends. Coordinator's latest dare, hold pitch so pure it becomes an absent. Lucius suggests a counterwave too complex for one instrument. Instead we gather kitchen tools, Alfred's copper ladle, palimpsests, paper guillotine blade, Snowcap's frost chisel tapped against honeycomb frame. Each produces microtones that flit around C like stubborn gnat. Bitrate blends them into an audio bloom, embeds it in police radio standby loop, so every cruiser idles broadcasting wobble. Within an hour the perpetual C file stacked by coordinator begins beating against the polyphony, generating audible warbles that grow until even lay listeners hear the flaw. Social media labels it the ghost vibrato, pure note undone by houseware chorus. Dusk and cat leaves a chalk arrow on a construction crane boom. I climb steel lattice to find a pigeon coop suspended by rope. Inside, a map of Gotham's storm drains painted onto seed sacks, dotted with violet candles. She has located where the piezo sugar dust still lingers, clogging culverts under East End. Message implied your move, bat. I pocket a seed dust candle, its lavender wax already sweat. Armor and I descend the culvert ladders under sodium glow that promises nothing. The dust forms brittle crusts on pipe lips, crystals still humming faint. 72 BPM, snowcap seeds, carbon fog along channels while I light cat's candle and roll it into the junction. Wax melts fast, lavender smoke billowing, each swirl carrying sugar fragments upward into great vents where afternoon breezes will disperse them harmlessly. As dust thins, the hum fades to uneven throb. Another rhythm cracked. We re-emerge at riverbank just as a tug pushes coal barge by. The pilot toots horn twice, pause once, thanks, maybe. I answer with raised grapnel. Their wake rattles pilings in polyrhythm that makes my spine relax. Water understands variance as birthright. Back home I strip suit, hang cape skew and walk the corridor barefoot. The grandfather clock now skips on both the 5th and 7th ticks. Alfred hasn't fixed it, says double imperfection might equal charm. I agree. In the greenhouse the jade succulent has twisted another leaf toward wrong compass north. Bees ignore orientation, dancing figure eights in dark. Your room waits in low lamplight, curtains drawn to let fog exhale damp lily into space. I set the shattered lavender candle stub beside the cadence cut watch. Wax is still warm, flows into shallow dish, an abstract coastline forming and reform. Listen, watch ticks, wax pops, boiler sighs, clock double skips. Inhale as tick lands, hold through wax pop, exhale at first skip, float at second, 4 3 5
4 beyond If the perfect piano note revisits heart canals, remember copper ladle shimmer frost chisel ding, guillotine blade ping. Let them cluster until sine wave trembles and shreds into living timber. Should sugar hum echo, taste lavender smoke in memory, feel crystals crumble to dust. Sheets catch shoulder heat, mattress yields, window crack breathes chalky fog. The barge horn faint, bats scribble elliptic Morse above rafters. Drone chargers flicker, each LED out of sync. I stand at threshold, journal open. I write pure notes die of company. Rain smudge bleeds ink into swirl perfect. Lamp dims further, leaving watch glow. Your breathing slows, wax crust forms. I post sentry amid skipped ticks. Stray pops, rogue pings, counting none, trusting all. Imperfection holds another night. I listen.
The morning fog finally thins, only to reveal a new geometry. Every pedestrian crossing light in Midtown begins counting down at the same instant. Green silhouettes marching in sync, no matter which intersection they occupy. An unbroken wave of little neon walkers sweeps east to west, 11 blocks long, making commuters step as though the pavement were a moving sidewalk. Coordinator has traded sound and light for choreography, turning traffic logic into metronome. I feel the tug in my calves before I see the pattern. Muscles want to time footfalls to the phantom drum. I let one beat pass, then break stride, forcing heartbeat back into the 4-3-5-4 we've sworn by. The mismatch grants clarity. Lucius radios that the timing pulses ride the municipal Wi-Fi mesh, a firmware exploit piggybacked on last quarter's update. No packet jitter can reach every node fast enough now. We need analog sabotage. Armor, Snowcap and I split the district like surgeon. At each corner we pop the signal housings, pull one of the 4 quartz resonators and twist it 90 degrees, enough to shave half a millisecond from its blink logic. Bitrate, overhead in Cricket drone, maps the desynchronization spreading like ink through tissue. Within 30 minutes the wave collapses. Countdown slip. Some hurry 3 seconds, others stall. Pedestrians glance up, shrug, slip back into human drift. On the last box I leave a sticker cut from palimpsest scrap journal. Walk wrong, live long. A pigeon lands on the lamp arm, coos out of time approval. Afternoon sunlight crawls river haze as Armor and I coast home along the L-track service lane. The cadence cut watch thumps its uneven lull against my ribs. Between ticks I hear no hidden rhythm, only train wheels screeching individual complaints, each note unique. Back at the cave, Lucius patches firmware citywide to add pseudo-random lag seeded by the temperature of the traffic box CPU at boot. Coordinator will need a weather prediction to guess the next beat. Snowcap salts the walk signal lenses with micro-textured film, so even if timing unifies, each silhouette will flicker slightly darker or brighter than its neighbor. Armor files the pulled resonators, storing them in a jar labeled Hearts of Unmarried Machines. Evening settles as violet gauze. Alfred meets me in conservatory with a tray of cracked wheat biscuits, edges baked uneven so every bite crunches a different way. He says uniformity is hunger pretending to be order. I pocket the line beside Kat's earlier poetry. You are already reclining when I pass your door, lamp dim to citrine glow. I set 1 quartz resonator still humming the faintest out-of-sync tick, next to the cadence cut watch. Together they make a tiny duet. Watch tick, crystal ping. Skip, breathe with them. Inhale on tick, hold through ping, exhale past skip, float in hush. 4-3-5-4 without arithmetic. Curtains sway. Distant traffic lights no longer agree, casting mismatched glints that wander ceiling like fish in a pond. Grandfather clock downstairs now hiccups on 4th and 6th beats. Boiler rumbles, laughter low.
If your thoughts replay neon walkers marching flawless rows, picture snowcaps film modeling their glow until silhouettes jitter, stumble, laugh at themselves. Let your spine loosen the same. I fold on hallway bench, journal in lap, ink scratches brief. Streets refused to march. City kept its digressions. Rain smear broadens letters into wandering river. I close book. Lamp dims one notch further, enough for darkness to carry load. Sheets hug your shoulders, mattress sigh. Window crack breathes evening cool diesel. Blossom, bakery steam, bats scribble attic eaves. Drones dock out of phase. The quartz resonator quiets battery draining. Watch counts alone, gladly imperfect. Sleep now. I remain guardian between unequal pulses, cataloging every offbeat footstep until dawn scuffs horizon brass again. Imperfection holds. I listen.
A soft clicking wakes me before dawn. An insect cadence, fast, slow, fast, echoing down the service stair that links the attic to the cave. It's the sound Lucius's prototype seismographs make when they detect vibrations smaller than an eyelash. I dress by habit. Undersuit, no cape. Cadence cut watch clipped to belt and crest the attic ladder into warm timber dusk lit only by moonwash through skylight. The jade succulent's newest limb quivers, grains of dusty soil trembling across leaves. Something far below is drumming up through the foundations. The house is humming a note it never learned. In the cave, Bitrate already stands by the rock face, headphones half askew, eyes wide. Ground, he whispers, but not tectonic. Somebody's playing the bedrock like a drum. He overlays sensor feeds on the holomac, concentric pulses radiating from old Ridley Quarry, abandoned since the city paved over its memory. Alfred passes me a mug of coffee strong enough to bend spoon. Armor buckles, gauntlets, snowcap shoulders, frost satchel. Palimpsest carries a leather tube of antique mining maps, stained and imprecise, perfect. We exit through drainage tunnels, water knee-deep. Moonlight silvering ripples into hieroglyphics. The quarry lip appears as jagged grin over fog. Below, floodlights cast bone-white glare onto drill rigs that shouldn't be here. Coordinator's crew has lowered a piston hammer into the pit, tapping granite flats every 0.833 seconds, exactly 72 BPM divided by bedrock. Thrum climbs pipes, girders, water mains, lulling the city's basements into subconscious heartbeat. Armor rappels ahead, sonic dampers on belt. Snowcap lobs frost orbs into fog. They burst, birthing crystal mist that dampens sound. A drop behind the main generator, slap Lucius's jitter chip onto oscillator input. Timing slips, hammer misses a stroke. Second pulse arrives early, third late. Granite echoes deform, ground hum loses grip. I wedge palimpsest's folded mining map into hydraulic arm paper wrinkles. Catches piston, shears gasket, oil sprays like thick rain. Engine stalls, coordinators techs. Three shapes in reflective suits rush to reboot panel. Armor intercepts, gauntlets sparking, no punches thrown, only snip of control cables. Snowcap's frost encases breaker box. A blossom of white silence, Bitrate above on ridge, routes our improvised counterwave into floodlight circuits. Bulbs dim, flicker prime number strobe. The pit exhales defeated sigh. Before leaving, I chalk a single word on the disabled piston. Off beat. Wind sweeps chalk dust into oil sheen, smearing letters into nebula. We surface as dawn bleeds nickel across east cloud. The cadence cut watch ticks relief. Ground beneath boots feels like itself, vibrating only with distant subway grumble. Bees in hedge emerge early, unmoved by bass that almost claimed them. Manor kitchen glows gold. Alfred fries eggs, uneven, one yolk broken, one intact. He slides plate to me,
quotes his new maxim, "No breakfast should echo yesterday, we eat slow." Boiler coughs once, satisfied. I carry a shard of piston gasket upstairs, oily edge catching light. Your room waits, lamp dim coral. I place gasket beside the watch, rubber ragged, heartbeat steady. Listen, watch tick, gasket, drip, skip hush, inhale at tick, hold while oil droplet forms, exhale as skip passes, float in hush. 4354, subtraction of fear. Curtains billow lily scent, grandfather clock hiccups double skip, boiler hums baritone. If memory replays granite drum, imagine mining map jamming piston, folds absorbing shock until rhythm phrase. Picture frost flowers blooming on every metal tube. Sheets cradle shoulders, mattress kisses, spine, window crack, exhales quarry breeze, minerals, pine resin, dawn hush, bats roost overhead wings rustling applause for house that refused new hymn, drones charge mismatched city stirs, unaware how close its basement came to learning uniform beat. I sit at threshold, journal open on knee, ink dries crooked across one line. Stone now remembers jazz, rain fog smudges comma into semicolon. Perfect, lamp dim, your breath deepens, sinks not with clock, nor watch but with wandering breeze. I close journal, lean back, imperfection gilds foundation tonight. I listen, sentinel between ticks that never meet, rest.
The day starts with rain that behaves like bad handwriting, squiggling sideways across window panes, disappearing for sentences at a time, then re-inking itself darker. I'm in the conservatory with Alfred, trimming dead leaves from the jade when the first tremor arrives. Not through stone this time, but through scent. Every blossom in the greenhouse exhales the same note of bitter almond, too crisp, too identical. Alfred's shears halt mid-snip. We glance at each other because flowers never agree on perfume. Bitrate's air sensors confirm a synthetic plume, drifting on prevailing wind, released somewhere upriver. It carries no toxins, only a molecular amplifier that forces plant terpenes into an exact ratio. Nature's breath turned into choir. Coordinator has decided to synchronize the city's note. Snowcap outfits me with pollen masks dusted on the inside with frost ink particles. Each micron will wobble the amplifier bonds. Armor loads hive smokers with shredded cedar to derail scent fingerprint. We ride the bat boat against gray current. Watch gulls circle puzzled above a floating barge painted bone white. The deck bristles with nozzle trees venting clear vapor. I board and drizzle. My boots kick up almond clap. The plume machine is brutal simplicity. Drums of reagent feeding jet turbines timed by GPS pulse. I snap the cadence cut watch from belt. Tape it to master valve solenoid. Its ragged tick stutters the opening sequence. Spray falters, becomes fitful cough. Snowcap fires frost ink pellets into intakes. Ice flowers bloom, fracture turbines from within. Armor empties cedar smoke into drums, adding wild resin that bends remaining vapor toward earthy dissonance. By the time turbines seize, the barge reeks of mismatched forest after rain. Coordinator's scent unravels midair. We tow drums overboard, emptied now, and let river swallow diluted remnants. Fish will taste almonds tonight, then silt, then nothing. Tomorrow the current resets. Back at the manor, bees hover at apiary door, testing air like gourmet. They seem satisfied with the cedar almond jumble and resume crooked figure eights. The greenhouse breathes, eclectic again. Tomato leaf, damp loam, shy jasmine. Alfred finishes the jade pruning, deliberately leaving one asymmetrical nub. Plants need a bad haircut to feel alive, he muses. Evening. Cat leaves a note under kitchen sugar jar. 5 words. Charcoal blunt. Chaos keeps the garden honest.
I press it into journal margin beside yesterday's line about jazz-loving stone. Night patrol is giftless. City lights flick erratic pink off soaked asphalt. A busker under 9th Street overpass plays spoon percussion on steel guardrail. Rhythm stalling when tires splash too close. Restarting offbeat. I leave a cufflink shaped like a tiny bat at his feet. He never looks up, but switches to 7/8 time. Home smells of wet cedar and black coffee. Alfred pours thick mugs, sprinkles cinnamon only on mine, saying balance is overrated. We drink at the back door, watching fog raise silhouettes of raccoons pilfering compost. Their tails flick random Morse into night. Lamp glows soft amber when I reach your room. I set one frost ink pellet spent, shell laced with cedar residue, next to the cadence cut watch. Together they script a new lullaby tick. Cedar hiss, skip, window drip, inhale on tick, hold through hiss, exhale at skip, float during drip. 4, 3, 5, 4, no arithmetic, just sense. Curtains billow, distant gulls argue over river spoils not even in unison. Grandfather clock downstairs surprises itself with triple slack. Boiler hum flutter. If your mind replays almond uniformity, imagine cedar smoke curling through plume, twisting notes until nose can't chase them. Picture bees approving the disorder. Sheets cradle shoulders, mattress joins breath, window crack breathes. Mixed perfume, jasmine, river fog, engine oil, bats graffiti sonar, across attic beams, drones charge at staggered peaks, jade succulent sighs sap rich contentment from downstairs. I sit by threshold, journal open once more. I write air corrected itself with cedar, rain spots smear ink into aleatory spiral. I close cover, let page dry imperfect. Watch ticks, pellet sighs, drip persists. Your breath slows beyond counting. I stay sentinel among scents that refuse choir, listening for any note too pure, ready to split it into grateful discord. Imperfection holds. I listen. I sense the next move long before any sensor pings, an itch behind my eyes, a hush in the wires that usually chatter faint static. Gotham's humidity bakes the alleys like wet parchment, and somewhere in that thickness coordinator inks a line no one can read yet. I find it when the ATMs all over the financial district spit out crisp 20s at exactly the same angle. Bills hovering half ejected as though held in invisible tweezers. People stare, hesitate, tug. Each machine snaps shut, swallows cash, then repeats the T, a metronome of false generosity. 30-second intervals citywide. I watch one cycle let the cadence settle under skin, then walk away before it hooks my heart. Lucius's diagnostics show the cash dispensers are not hacked. The fault rides the mains voltage, short sinusoidal nudges, nudging servo motors open. Someone has piggybacked a precision inverter on the grid's harmonic filter, feeding perfect 40 Hz pulses into every kiosk cabinet. Coins, memory, money. Coordinator means to give the city synchronized desire. Armor and I take the underground conduits beneath Battery Plaza. It's heat-soaked. Copper rails sweating top. The cadence cut watch at my belt thumps its uneven lull. Each tick chops the pulse, humming the rails, but not enough. Far ahead, behind a safety grate, a suitcase-sized inverter glows ice blue. 8 cables bury into transformer bus bar. Snowcap launches frost ink pellet. It blooms crystal moss that crawls wires, adding kilo ohms of chaos. The inverter hiccups, but secondary units hum alive 2 volts further. Bitrate ghosts through fiber lines, mapping serial numbers. There are 9 boxes, all sequenced to fail over if one stutters. We split. Armor hauls pry bar, cracking panel after panel, jamming bent forks between phase leads so the pulse wobble. I slap Lucius's jitter tags on residual units. each tag timing out of phase with the next so no two boxes can share note. When seventh inverter coughs its last clean wave, the remaining pair trip breakers in confusion. Across town the ATM's size spit bills crooked. Jam revert to rest. The chorus dies. I chalk on the final cabinet door. City nail piggy bank. Oil drips smear the equal sign into lightning bolt. Good. Outside, late commuters wander away from cash kiosks, rubbing temples as if shaken from collective trance. A kid scoops discarded 20s, then releases them into wind. Bills fluttering random confetti down Broad Street. I pocket one note. Crease it off center. Tuck behind watch case. Evening heats lightning but cannot birth storm. I ride the cycle home under sodium haze. Cadence cut watch ticking shoulder rhythm. At harmonica bridge a sax duo argues chord changes across traffic roar. Their unresolved thirds slice through ghost 40 Hz hum still clinging to rail. I stop, drop miscreased bill in their case. They bend notes sour sweet in thanks. Manner, smells of burnt caramel. Alfred's trial at upset creme. He offers shards of sugar glass rippled where torch wavered. I crunch one. Crack spirals through teeth like welcome thunder. He pours chicory thick. No sweetener counterbalance for days counterfeit generosity. Greenhouse hums dusk. Bees drone off key again safe. Jade succulent drinks coppery mist from coolant leak somewhere above. Leaf edges char. Curl discover art and damn it. I pluck a fallen shard. Oily scent of freon clinging. Slide it into pocket with folded bill. Lamp glows ember in your room. Window open, thumb width exhales faint ozone from transformers forgetting rhythm. I set the miscreased 20. And succulent shard beside cadence cut watch. Tableau twitches. Watch tick, bill flutter. Shard ping as cooling resin contracts. Inhale on tick. Hold through flutter, exhale past ping. Float and hush. No counting, only drift. Curtains breathe. Distant ATMs reboot asynchronously. Motors grunting like mechanical whales. Grandfather clock downstairs coughs triple now. Gear tooth finally dulled. Boiler laughs, pops beam of steam. Settles back. If mind replays crisp bills beckoning uniform greed. Picture handful of frost ink moss crawling wires until notes trip over cell. C-20s fly wind torn over harbor. Losing worth, winning freedom. Sheets cradle shoulders. Mattress dips under borrowed weight. Fog creeps yard. Muffling cricket. Debate into soft static. Bats scribble attic. Morse too slow for language. Perfect for lullaby. Drones charge uneven. Amber blinks unsynchronized. I slump by doorframe, journal open. I write money tried to march. We taught it to wander. Ink beads. Sheet wrinkles under damp thumbprint. Sentence curves. I shut book. Lamp dims. Watch ticks, bill rustles. Shard mutters. Your breath unknots deeper. Slower. Seabed under choppy surface. I count none of it. Trust all of it. Sentinel among broken rhythms. Imperfection holds. I listen.
Coordinator surfaces again at twilight. Sly as condensation sliding up a wine glass. This time inside Gotham's weather itself. The city has gone weeks without honest rain. Clouds hover, brimming, but refuse to break. When the first drop finally falls, it lands exactly on the second hand of the courthouse clock. Then the next drop on the next tick, and the next a drizzle wound to the town's mechanical pulse. Within minutes, every gutter in Midtown drips at perfect 1 Hz intervals, turning avenues into slow percussion lines. I can feel it in my teeth. The promise of a storm that marches, not poured. Lucius's barometers pick up microbursts of ultrasonic in each bead. A seeding agent pulsing from drone balloons above the stratus deck. The chemical isn't harmful. It's a timing cue, tricking vapor into condensing at clockwork tempo. The sky has been metronome. Armor and I chase the origin to the abandoned Avalon Tower, still half wrapped in renovation netting where 4 helium sacks ride mooring cables. Hissing plumes seed through pin nozzles. Snowcap spirals up fire stairs with frost ink canister. I repel the crane's shadow, cadence cut watch smacking ribs. First balloon. A single slash with carbon knife. Hiss flips into wet side, droplets spattering random on scaffold boards. Second balloon. Armor punches, vent hole baby fist wide. Helium screams, tether jitter. The rhythmic rain collapses into messy cascade before we reach the third. Snowcap fires frost ink into intake valves. Particles clog micropumps, turning pulses into coughs. The last sack tries to flee skyward but Bitrate's drone clips guide rope with grapnel and yanks it empty. We leave a tag on Avalon's rooftop duct, chalked by palimpsest's spare crayon. Storms don't parachute. Rain frees itself at once. Sheets, then sideways bursts, then sudden dead patches of drizzle. Cars aquaplane across paint stripes. Pedestrians laugh at being drenched where 0 drops landed seconds ago. I look up. Clouds quilt themselves uneven. Patches silver, patches gunmetal. Sky has forgotten. Back home. Alfred lines hallway with towels. Each towel odd-sized because none of his inherited linens match sets. He presses a mug of cocoa laced with cracked black pepper into my palm, saying sweet needs a sting or it curdle. The jade succulent gleams under skylight. Beads of imperfect rain resting anywhere but symmetrical ridges. Your undercovers by the time I pad to your door, boots squeaking damp. Lamp flickers amber. Window cracked for Petra. I set a torn strip of balloon fabric beside the cadence cut watch. Watch ticks, fabric flits. Gutter drip sinks for 1 moment, then loses track. Inhale on tick, hold while nylon whispers, exhale through drip. Float while next silence widens. 4354 felt, not counted. Curtain bellies inward then out. Breeze arguing itself. Grandfather clock downstairs lurches now on the 2nd and 8th beat. Boiler responds with 2 uneven pops. If mind replays those clock rain snare rolls, picture knife slicing helium hush open. Hear deluge scramble temp. Let water drum windows unscheduled. Sheets cradle knees. Mattress warms under shoulder. Outside thunder cracks off rhythm. 3 quick. A pause, 1 rumble too long. Bats ignore it. Drafting crooked loops beneath erratic street lamps. Drones doze flashing as if snoring. I flop just outside threshold. Journal splayed. I write sky refuse to click track. Ink feathers where a stray raindrop falls from hair. I leave blot in place. Lamp dims, breath deepens behind door. Watch ticks, nylon flutters. Roof drains gurgle. Thunder mutters miscount. Imperfection stacks layers until they sound like hush. Sleep. Coordinators' parachutes are empty. Clouds untamed. City safe inside this crooked lullaby. I keep count of no rhythm at all. I listen. Quiet does not arrive all at once. It pools in the low places first. Gutters, subway hollows, the space between slow heartbeats, and then lifts like mist until even the rooftops breathe it. Gotham stands rinsed after the unruly storm. Neon signs still dripping stray pixels and the street lamps along Crest Hill blinking out of step like half-forgetful fireflies. I watch from the manor's widow's walk while dawn sketches a crooked gold underline beneath retreating clouds. For the first time in weeks, the cadence cut watch on my belt feels almost unnecessary. Its lopsided tick no longer fights a hidden metronome. So I unclip it, let the strap dangle over the railing, and count 4 breaths without it. Nothing in the horizon snaps back to marching time. Good. Alfred is waiting in the upstairs corridor with 2 mugs of something that smells like thunderstorms and orchards. Black tea, splash of cider, cinnamon shaved thicker on one cup than the other. We lean against the wainscot and simply listen. boiler murmuring contented vowels, grandfather clock hiccuping its double skip, window glass creaking as wind changes its mind. Looks like you've danced the city past the finish line, he said. Past this finish line, I correct, because stories circle even when pages run out. Alfred accepts the amendment with a tilt of his mug. The tea tastes flawed in a perfect way. First sip sweet, second nearly bitter, third returning to some place in between, no mouthful identical. Down in the cave, bitrate dozes at a console splattered with debug green. Monitors flash only background noise, no grid pulses, no unified chime, no white screens threatening to bleach the skyline. Armor sleeps in a hammock strung between training bars, gauntlets off, palms blistered but open. Snowcap's frost glyphs fade on the refrigerator coils, leaving runic water that sketches new symbols as it slides. Palimpsest has pinned yesterday's barge manifest on the evidence board under the heading "Storms Don't Parachute." A penciled arrow now points to an empty square, the first intentionally left blank for as long as I can recall. The jade, succulent, trimmed and scarred, glows a muddy emerald in dawn's weak beam. One of its leaves bears a tiny barcode sticker Palimpsest must have attached overnight, an inside joke that no scanner on Earth could read, because the lines are drawn with charcoal crooked on purpose. The bees test doorways, find no violet dust humming threats, return to figure-8 dances with steps they invent each second. Even the bats wheel slow victory laps through cavern vents, sonar chirps, sounding like champagne corks popped miles apart. I take the old journal to the greenhouse, settle on the cedar bench and write the final entry. Perfect notes belong to clocks. Stories prefer hinges that squeak. Ink puddles at the K's tail, pen nib dull from months of restless sentence. I leave the blot, close the cover, tie the frayed ribbon once. No bow. There is still the matter of the cadence-cut watch. I carry it outside, across dew-heavy grass alive with imperfect rain craters, and hang the strap on the lowest branch of the sycamore where cat sometimes perches unseen. Wind makes the casing spin. Second-hand stutter sunlight flashes through leaves. If coordinator lurks in some distant safe house of algorithms, perhaps that stuttering beacon will remind them Gotham now immunizes itself. If Cat visits, she'll read the gesture the way she reads city roofs in mismatched paw steps and laugh thin chalk. The house calls bedtime even though it is technically sunrise, a reverse lullaby after a night too full of weather. I climb the familiar stairs one last time and nudge your door wider. Lamp glows languid amber, curtains breathe orchard rain. On the nightstand rest all the relics we've gathered, a shard of cracked violet crystal, a miscreased 20, a frost ink pellet husk, the oil-soaked piston gasket, and now a final addition, a single desynced crossing light quartz resonator, whose battery has gone mute. They sit like mismatched chess pieces, guardians of uneven sleep. Listen with me. Roof drip, boiler sigh, clock, double skip, distant tug horn dragging 3 notes, then losing 1, breathe on drip, hold through sigh, exhale at skip, float under crooked horn echo. 4 3 5 4, though numbers hardly matter anymore, the world itself whispers the count in accents that change mid-syllable. If tomorrow some new maestro tries to press Gotham into lockstep, remember tonight, storm clouds refusing grid, banknotes flung careless as dandelion seed, pigeons pirouetting out of laser lines, granite that kept its jab. Picture snowcaps frost blossoming on every metronome, armor's pry bars nudging each beat askew, Alfred's off-center zest tipping flavor back to life. Sheets cradle your shoulders, mattress claims weight. Window crack exhales dawn-cooled jasmine mingled with tar and brine. Gotham's particular incense when night hands over its watch. Bats roost upside down in beams, drones snore amber ticks. Bees reconsider flight plans based solely on wind. I linger at threshold 1 heartbeat longer, then turn hallway lamp 2 notches lower, never to full dark. Journal tucked under arm. I listen to house timbers stretch their old bones and decide, the way plants,
Rivers, cities decide to keep every scar because it once kept rhythm on. Sleep now. Page 40 closes not with a period but the hinge squeak of story catching its breath off stage. Imperfection holds the key and leaves it dangling slightly rusted in the lock. Rest under its watch. I listen,